Right, timer's gone away, so let's get back to it. It's Capitalism Lab. As we explained last time, and I suppose it would be prudent to explain again, we absolutely crushed the King of Capitalism goals. In fact, look, we got 10 times over it. I expected that to be a lot harder, and I expected more sub-goals, but they didn't appear, probably because I didn't set those properly myself in the game settings. I could set those, but I decided in my moment of lavish money making that our new goal would be to subjugate all the other starting competition. So anybody who's been around for as long as we have since the start of the game, that includes Children United, Stars, Joja, Randy's Random Goods, and all the others you see that here that are 28 years. Some will be a lot easier than others. Datadyne does suspiciously well for how they are. But people like Medibay Heat, and of course my biggest competition around, Aperture Science and Shekel Master. Actually, Shekel Master are doing terrible on profit. But Aperture Science, my god, these people are not easy to buy out. So we'll need to be even more successful than we have been so far. And right now we're making multi-billions. We need to be making multi-billions. That's what I hope that we can grow up to be today. I'm being asked if we're going to be doing embezzlement or legitimate business. I've had my fair share of embezzling city funds. I don't plan to do that anymore on this stream or on any other campaigns of this I do. It's fun to know that I can, but it just feels a little bit too out there. So, well, not that specific embezzlement at least. So, what happened? Last stream, I did what I now reflect on as being a big mistake. I incorporated... Oh, we don't even see them anymore, do we? But we acquired ourselves a new firm. Honestly, I can't remember the name of the firm, but it was run by Minette, and now I've managed to grab... is there a hotkey for this? Yeah, F5, of course. We have acquired a whole load of firms in a merger with Minette's business. Some of them profitable, some of them not. And it's a big mess. A huge mess. That's why I really shouldn't have incorporated them. Now they're meshed in with everything I have as my Lubeck... not Lubeck, my Cap King company. I should have just kept them as a subsidiary and then had them continue to make their profit. But I was all too eager to eliminate them from the game entirely, and now I'm going to pay for that. So how are we going to fix this problem? There's a lot of problems that I need to fix straight away. For one, Win Lobby and Suspicious Goods. I've poured money into them. They have not returned anything for me. So I think I'm going to make the extremely rash decision to just shut them down, cut my losses, and there were some hefty losses. I think I gave these guys $2 billion up front, and they've already squandered half of it making no money. I'm under the impression that the mistake that I have made with regards to having subsidiary companies is giving them too many different goods. Advice I've been given, which I haven't tried, because hey, no time to try it just yet, is to, if you're having a subsidiary for production and retail, have them hyper-focused on their one specialty. Of course, I've been fiddling around with banks and insurance and stock for about 20 years. So the same setup that we had back in 1993 is still what we have here in 2018. So I think I'm a little far gone for getting deep into the supply and retail game. So, I'm going to come over to both of my subsidiaries and force them to become one with me. I'm sure there's good and better uses I could have for them right now, but I don't want to be throwing anything more into this big pit. So... there we go. Just absorb all of what they had. My biggest concern is their incredibly questionable choices on research. 10-year textile progress? I just don't know. I'm not feeling it myself. 10 years on chewing gum? I mean, grape juice, sure. Grape juice is what we currently have. So what I'm going to do is get myself a new COO. We fired Henry of Skalitz, and I'm probably going to be real sad that I can't have him back. He was one of the best for retail. Where is he at? I think we can actually sort by retail experience. And if we go right to the top, there we go. Henry of Skalitz. Not only good at retailing, but he's got a wee bit of a knack for marketing, and he loves his household products, so he does. But his attitude towards me is incredibly bad because I fired him, even though I gave him the golden handshake. So I want to get someone who's similarly good. Jake Blues is an option, since he's got 80 on retailing. And then Kos is also an option. Good at raw materials production, even though that's not really what I'll have you do. Good at training as well, but you're no good at marketing whatsoever. On the other hand, my CMO will be in charge of marketing, so that's not really a big deal. We're going to bring Ven Kos on as our COO. They demand lots of money, of course they do, everyone always does. And I'm going to have you be a real centrist. I'll have you there. Never sell below costs. I don't really care if you do or you don't. You're going to figure out what's best. You can look for better supplies. Should it be from anywhere? Should probably be from our own or our parents' one. I don't really care so much about low supply. We'll leave that in the middle. Prefer ordering from our own warehouse over factories? Sure, if we have it. Internal sale. I think we should give up focusing on internal sale and happily spread our goods around lest we lose an opportunity to make more money with our superior products. Don't care about the internal sale at cost anymore if we're going to be selling it elsewhere. And you can change advertising and you can own... Well, actually, how about you don't change anything? Yeah, that makes a bit of sense. I'll be the one deciding what we do with the rest of that. So, I'm actually going to tell you that you can have every factory I have. You can have every warehouse I have. You can have every farm I have. There's this farm of lemons that hasn't been doing anything. Even though it's highly leveled people here, I feel bad about giving it away, but it does nothing but waste me money. We're able to source our citric acid elsewhere. That's clients. Where are we buying it in from? Our suppliers from Stars. And didn't I used to have a factory for making that stuff? Pretty sure I did. It's gone now. See, this is something I definitely should have been paying more attention to, whilst instead I was flubbing about with other things. But when I do another run of this, and there will be another run of this, I will be focusing a lot more on production and retail. Doesn't mean I can't get involved in the stock market, but I shouldn't have dropped all of this to try and become successful elsewhere. I let the golden goose out of the hen house for that one. Anyway, this one doesn't seem to be doing so well. It's just hemorrhaging money. So just demolish the firm, keep the land, and like I said, Venkos has control of all of that. I've got all of these R&D centers that I'm not putting to good use, and I'm wondering what to do with them. And I'm thinking I might just sell them because they're just sitting there costing me money. Which is a shame because I spent money to build them up. But yeah, I don't see any good reason to have these around. Hit the info button under the map. It'll show the icon for what the factory makes. Wasn't there a hotkey for this? Hey, there we go. That's nice, but it removes our own wee symbol there. Also, holy moly, that is some poor quality downscaling. Well, what can you do? Oh, it piles them up on the warehouse as well. It's funny. Does that handle the multiple floors of it? No, it doesn't. It doesn't work with the new multi-floors they added, so I can't see the cola. I bet it doesn't work for shops either. That doesn't show products in shops. Anyway, unimportant. These things I think I'm just going to get rid of. It's not the worst thing in the world if I need to rebuild them later on. And I'll keep the land. There's no good reason to sell the land right now. Not least of all, it would make me a loss. Especially since we're in depression time. When we're out of depression time, it'll probably be better. So away it goes. I need to trim away the superfluous, keep what's great. It's time for some big changes for the company. Now it's worth remembering that we are horribly in debt, as usual. Not the usual kind of debt, I don't owe a thing to the banks, but we issued a lot of bonds. Yeah, over 10 billion worth of bonds to afford integrating Minette's company. That's not going to pay for itself easily, but I don't need to pay these back until 2022 or 23, so I think we have time to make that money back, especially if the stock market plays our way. What is it about this game that appeals to you so much? Well, Dark Young, it's this foreign concept of just making loads of money. And it's not just the action of having loads of money, it's the unscrupulous ways you go about making it that really appeal to me. Always has in video games from the very first moment I played Bullfrog's Theme Park. That's probably the first game that ever opened my eyes towards that. I don't know when that game came out, but when I played that, it was a real eye-opener. I had the story that I told before about how I thought that if you made money in a video game, you could hook up a printer to the console or the computer and print out the money that you make in the game. But it didn't work like that, and it was kind of a sore spot to later learn. Right, I'm not convinced I'm ever really going to want amazing tech in textiles or jeans. However, they're already working on it and have been doing so for many years. I want to keep... Oh, chewing gum. Hell no, hell no. I should just trash this thing. Or at the very least, fire everybody. I'm going to terminate that R&D and... Why don't we just get rid of you? No, that's a waste of a decent building. There might be something I... No, screw it. You're all going. Bye-bye. Grape juice I want to keep up with. And yogurt I, of course, want to keep up with. They're currently managed by Relics, the CTO. Which is fine. The Relics is apparently very good at research, right? Yeah, good R&D. So that's going to make you better at that. But yogurt? We don't need to know how to make better yogurt. I'm just going to get rid of that altogether. Once these finish, if I remember to check, I'm just going to destroy their... well, stop them from doing that. Otherwise, you know, I think we... Wait, soap? So chocolate bars make sense. Shampoo doesn't make sense. Some of this makes good sense, some of it does not. So what happens when I hand over some of these to others? Are you able to change R&D projects, Relics? You can only change the training budget. Alright, in that case, I have no problem handing over all R&D centers to you. As long as you don't change what is being R&D'd. Alright, on top of this, I'm going to do the very risky strat of grabbing every single shop I have and handing every single one of them over to Venkos. Venkos can decide what to get stocked and how much to sell it for, and I'm going to give them 2 years, and everything that they have not turned into a profitable firm, I'm going to destroy. We're going to make the company lean. You know, they're not going to make as much money as my stocks ever have, but I want to give them the fair shot at it. Can you sell or buy research knowledge? Yes, you can do both. Can you make a company that just does research? Yes! Your entire business could be researching things and then selling them to other companies. I do not think you can offer to sell them. You can only offer to buy them. Other ones will reach out to you and say, hey, can we have your tech, please? But if you're going to be doing tech, it makes sense to be producing what you have the tech for. Otherwise, that tech's just sitting on the table. And the other company could just spend their own budget to research that same tech. You might be better at it than them, but they're going to have all this money from doing other businesses. Generally, any one single thing in this game you can make money out of. You could even make money out of just building mansions. You build mansions in places that you think are going to get built up. It gets built up, you sell the mansion. But mansions on their own don't make any money. I have no idea what they even exist for. Just a way to enjoy having land as a... well, I don't know. Just to enjoy being CEO and having nice mansions doesn't seem to do anything else. Okay. Venko's picture in factories is not showing. He's right here. If you mean his picture on top of the factories here, that's because that still shows what the company ownership is, and Venkos is still just the COO for my company, Cap King. Were there other firms that I wanted to hand over? I should keep an eye on that. Our firms... I handed over retail stores, factories, farms. I think I handed over the warehouses. Of course I did. Any other firms? Yeah, you're not allowed the rest of my stuff. So Venkos is going to do what he can with all those firms, and anything unprofitable I'm going to shut down at the start of 2020. What am I going to do though? Well, one nice thing about absorbing Minette is I absorbed Minette's tech, and what I want to do is get in on the software business. I will produce that software and I will sell it to anyone who's going to buy it and resell it. And I'm also going to hopefully do well on e-commerce. My e-commerce reach is only 1%. Pathetic. But we're advertising on Ask Jake and on YouTube too. And these guys are still advertising through CloudTube. I don't want to do that. I want to just advertise through each other. But that's not enough. I think I'm going to get a third internet advertising firm and have it do a bit of a trinity here. So if I have a search engine and video sharing, what other form of advertising can I have? Digital guide, internet guide, tell me. I really wish I gave you more information here. Screw it, I will just build up the digital age, a new internet company over here in my man-made Silicon Valley. Yeah, you can just go right here. I need a name, by the way, for my e-commerce company. And I'm going to need a new name for my other advertising company, which is going to be... Microblogging is advertising, but do I have the tech for microblogging? Microblogging... No, what do I actually have tech for that is advertising? See, I do have some good tech, but not... I already have search engine, right? Yeah, Ask Jake is my search engine. Do I have a social network? Can I do social network? No, I don't really have tech for social network. Video sharing... But that's my YouTube too. Photo sharing, microblogging, or video sharing. Can I do any of those? Surprisingly not so great here. I thought I could easily set up another advertising company. It would have to be Twitter for microblogging. I don't have microblogging tech, and it's probably not going to be competitive against someone else that has a decent one. That's a shame. I was really planning on making another advertising firm, but I figured I'd be better at this. I wonder if I can make just another video sharing website, or maybe it would just compete with my existing one. Probably. Could I get into microblogging for what it's worth? I don't really do my R&D down here anymore, do I? I do it up here. And of course now I've gone and destroyed something that I wanted to use to set that up. Still, let's try our luck with this. Microblogging, R&D. Let's have you done for tech R&D. And if I wanted to hire someone that's into microblogging... Oh, look, we've got 9 people available for it. Alternatively, could I buy some microblogging technology? Acquire technology on... It's just microblogging on its own, Medibay Heat Habit. There's no way they're going to sell their massively advanced tech in that. That's unfortunate. Well, I could give it a go, right? Let's just let's see if we can compete with them. Start your R&D on microblogging. Wow, that's not a good good enhancement of it. Oh, it doesn't help that I didn't sort these out properly. Forget that R&D. Yeah, that looked suspiciously low for me. There we go, I used the wrong setup for this. And that means I didn't hire everybody. There we go. Significantly better. Still going to take ages to catch up though. But get going with that. We'll start our own microbloggery, whether people are going to let us into that industry or not. I swear there was a way to do some kind of risky big... Oh, right, investor relations, yes please. Some risky big way of trying to break into new tech. But I can't remember where I've seen that before. Maybe open an internet news site as well. News website is a subscription thing. Do I have the tech for it? If I have the tech for something, I should certainly be getting into it. Especially given what I've absorbed. But we've got tech for search engine, which we have. Video sharing, we have. Microblogging we're about to get into. Car rental we already do. Video on demand. Do we do videos on demand? That's Twatch, right? Yeah, it is Twatch. Okay. Right. Let's get on to our microblogging then. And what was the name for it? Somebody suggested Twatter. I really don't like Twitter. I'd rather have something that wasn't a deviant of that. Somebody come up with a good name for that. And a good name for our e-commerce firm, of course. And then we'll get in on that. Our own. And let's get on our microblogging and just go ham on that. Oh, I can't seem to put any money into it. Not Jake, but Spamazon isn't bad at all. Knee channel, that's awful, truly awful. I prefer Spamazon. Alright, there we go. Call you Spamazon and have you advertise elsewhere. It's just a cycle of advertising here. Grim stuff. As for e-commerce... Oh, we already had a name. Why do we not have it right now? We had the cotton path. Yeah, what happened to that? I swear we had that before. Maybe it was something we made for our subsidiary that got deleted. Now I just can't remember. Don't like CloudTube here though. Don't like CloudTube at all. Gonna get rid of that. Alright. I'll give you a bit of time to figure stuff out for yourself. Just max out the budget here. I like to look after my own internet companies. It's probably a great thing to hand over to another a subsidiary or a COO, but I'd rather look after it myself. Okay, so with my COO now handling all production and retail that I have, and me taking care of the internet stuff, the only thing I want to also do is take care of my software that I create. I need to get into the business of making loads of software. I can sell it on e-commerce. On that note, everything here should be enabled for e-commerce. Yeah, I find it highly unlikely that many of these things are actually going to be sold on e-commerce, because the smaller the good, the less likely it is that they're going to want to buy it. Nobody's really interested in buying bread on e-commerce, because the amount that it costs to ship is really high proportional to the value of the thing. But people like to buy cars or smartphones or printers off of e-commerce. At least that's what I read. I don't have good experience with e-commerce in the game, but I'm not going to get that good experience if I don't try. I have to turn on e-commerce and all of these. I don't think there's a hotkey, sadly. So we just go round and round. I don't think there's any bulk tool for this. Really, e-commerce for grapes? I don't think anybody's even going to buy grapes or raw milk on e-commerce. There's no demand, no consumer demand for raw goods like that. But might as well enable them, why not? People buy bread and food in real life like that, especially in these times. That they do, you know, I used to work delivering those sorts of things to people. It was a job, alright. Of all the jobs I've had, it was one of them. So, these things are all made for Medibay OS. We're making 3D modeling software already, and there's already the inbuilt tech for that. You're working on database stuff, and yeah, it automatically makes new versions of it. But we haven't made any, have we? Have we actually produced any of these? I don't know. Got my Cat King database stuff out here. Do I? I don't know. I'm not even sure if you've actually produced anything. What if I tell you to make a new software? No, I'd have to choose it from there. And you can't make a new one. The current version's overall tech is 305. New version. Okay, so I need to wait until you actually research some new tech, which won't take long, and then you'll put out a new one. So that's database and 3D modeling. And wait, another 3D modeling thing? What the heck? Why you gotta do this to me? I don't know why there's overlap here. I'm not the one that had control of this for a while, but I'm taking control. What'll I do? What'll I do? Don't you need a factory for software? You don't need to. You can sell it via e-commerce, which these guys have enabled, but apparently nobody wants to buy it because I've got no reach on that. So each of these are going to need a factory set up for it. The factory only needs paper and DVDs, both of which I think are available. So I'm going to make myself a little nest of factories for them. But I don't know why I have two different places doing 3D modeling software. Especially when that quality is so low. Well, what you going to do? Right, I need a new setup for you. Can I just put that in? There we go, that gets rid of that. Much easier. And now I need to ask myself what kind of things we're doing. You're making antiviral tech, which isn't right. I've already got antivirus tech over here. Ah, things get so messy. But if you have antivirus and security tech, couldn't you make something else? Gotta be careful here, I've gotta line the things up correctly, and I'm bad at knowing this, so this is where I go over to the software guide. If we have antiviral and security tech, well, I could get rid of the antivirus guys, and yeah, my tech isn't that bad for some of this. I could make encryption software here, for example. on the antiviral guys. So encryption software, go for it. Everything's being done for Medibay OS, sadly, but I need to get rid of the antiviral tech people and bring in encryption, security, and you have security, so I'm just going to fire all these people and instead bring in encryption tech people. Do I have a way to specifically fire these people? And they're still working on the tech, which is cute and all, but... Headhunt, hire... How do I just straight up get rid of them? I don't know. I need to fire these... Oh wait, no, it is all encryption tech people. Oopsie doodle. Alright, well, every 2 years put out a new and better version, please. And you guys, I know you're just about finished with that, but I want you to work in tandem. Every 2 years you're going to put out a new version. 2 years? Maybe I should do it in 1 year, given that this gets better each time. I could have it 6 months, but the increase is pretty terrible after that. Alright, 1 year, and you get these pumped out. How are you guys doing it? 1 year, 1 year, that's fine. So 3D modeling, encryption, database, software, and I got 2 more spaces for things, although I could still build up more of them. Photo editing and 2D graphics. Well, that would be for a straight-up photo editor, which I don't do. Photo editor, 2D graphics. So I want you to make a... I've already forgotten what it was. It was a photo of something or other, right? Photo editor. Cannot make a new version. Difference in quality is too low from what you already have. Well, once you finish this research, hopefully you'll be able to make something better. And how about you guys? Well, you're a fresh one, so I can have you do whatever. Question is, what will you do? What do I have tech in already that I want to get in on? Actually, I've got very good word processing tech. So if we go for word processing and office features. Processing. Oof. Wait, it's already in research? Do I have more of these than I thought? Software companies. My firm specifically. Oh god, I got a fair few of them. Working on antivirus, of course. You're working on photo and tech stuff. I might just get rid of you, or I keep this going in Vancouver. I mean, the place is already set up for it. Gee, I don't know. I'd rather keep everything done in one place, easier to keep track of. Okay, look at that, I am making Word. Okay, that's pretty swell. So we'll just keep making that stuff out. We're making more Word? Wow, we have 2 different places that are making Word software. I think I'll get rid of what we have here altogether. There we go. Yeah, I inherited this stuff from Minette. This is where I should be checking out my firms, my software companies. Not easy to see what they're all making though, okay. No, that's internet company filters. Also, I'm on internet company filters, get me software. And there we go, you're making CapKing Word, database, modeler. Still not an easy way to see an overview of it here. But it's a good way to see what isn't making anything. I'm working on presentation software, that's all well and good. Another photo editor though. Didn't I just make one that's a photo editor down here? Maybe I imagined that. I do imagine a lot of things. This is pretty hard to keep an eye on since I didn't set it all up. It's the kind of thing I wouldn't mind having a subsidiary take care of, but I had a subsidiary on this, didn't I? And then I don't feel that they worked it that well. Unless subsidiaries can be told to do software entirely. No, I said I'd take care of this myself. Still, you're working on phototech, and I'm not sure that's what I'm into right now. I look at what I have access to. Right. I have decent tech on diagnostic software, and I don't think I produce any. Okay, this is a good way to see exactly what I do. Oh, I do diagnostic. How about that? Right, what am I not doing then? The money that can be made on some of this is pretty swell. Hell, we even have good market share in a lot of it. Presentation software is being made. Given how that is, I might leave them be and just set up the factories to have their goods put out. But since you are doing research, which I do appreciate, but I might just get rid of you. Centralize, yeah. Keep it centralized, much easier to keep track of what I'm actually doing that way. Sucks for the places that are, working well where they are, but I don't think I can... Oh, I can relocate the whole firm. Can I relocate it over to Lübeck? That'd be very handy. Nope, cannot relocate to another city. Okay, never mind then. Then outside of Lübeck, I can certainly relocate you, make it easier to keep track of where all that is. Location not let to... It looks pretty next to a road to me, but what do I know? Right, Chengdu is making me Word software. You're doing nothing. I'm just actually gonna scrap you altogether. Word. Making presentation software out there. Okay, you know what? That's as centralized I'm willing to make it. We have these places. All of them are running, except you, but you will run at some point. So what I'm going to do is set up little factories for them. So factory, I think I only need small ones for this. So I'm going to set you up, and hey, it shows me all the ones that I make. So that's great. I don't think I have factories for these already. Speaking of, although I put Venkos in charge of all of these, do I really want him in charge of my software factories as well? I think so. I don't see why not. Still, I'm going to set up little factories for all of these. And I think they only need to be small ones. I should be able to tell if it's not able to meet demand. So make the diagnostic software. Make another one for the animation software. I'm left wondering, was there not already factories for these owned by Minette? She was already making a lot of this. Maybe I should double check that before I go through all of this. Just leave it, it's not hurting you here. Just leave it. Just leave what? You mean control for Venkos? Right, factories. Again, doesn't really show me what they're all making here, does it? But I could turn on info. I could go straight over to my factories and go through them. Aha, for example, look, there is one putting out database software here. And apparently one of my... Oh, no, I need to look for my firm specifically. Oh, we have one that's making video game consoles? Well, it is apparently profitable, so again, I'll just leave that in Venkos's control. I'm curious about anywhere that's making software. That one I set up before with my antivirus. There is a photo editor software production place. And it has a fair bit of e-commerce sales, so the profit's quite nice on that. And the demand is surprisingly high for it. So, oh, and we already have one doing Word software and presentation software. Okay, so I think I only need factory set up over here for anything that I have set up for, set up my software things for here. So that shouldn't entail a lot of them. Again, I'm probably making quite a lot of mistakes with this because I've ignored my poor languishing production for a long time. 3D modeling database, but didn't we have a second database place going? Ah, well, what you gonna do? Oh, what I could actually do is relocate you over to here as well. There we go. Wait, but now I've got two places making antivirus. How can this be? Oh, right, no, you're just researching it, that's fine. Alright, all this might be superfluous, but let's run it a little bit. Have them actually make their goods, so the video editor, diagnostic, animation, antivirus. It's all out there. They can sell the physical copies on e-commerce as well. Seems weird, but people do buy the physical media online too. Right, I have a feeling I made a dog's dinner of that, but like I said, it's up to Venkos now. He has until 2020 to sort everything out. On top of that, I'm going to stop screwing over the economy on the political side of things, because now I want a bit of a resurge. I mean, I need to do better myself, for one. So, we're going to go to where is it again? Policies, here we go. And we're going to set middling levels for everything, to stop killing everything. I've managed to shank a lot of the share prices, but I haven't been taking true advantage of it, I don't think. I'm not in a good place to be buying up shares, because I did that for Manette. And now I need to look after myself and make enough money to pay off my own problems. And we do have problems. We got the right to hold OST. Yeah, we've blended in Stronghold with CapLab with Transport Tycoon, and I'd be open to bringing in other tunes, but they have to be kind of fade into the background music, in my opinion. Alright, I built up all this stuff just to make sure nobody else is going to build apartments and the like. And yeah, many of them are not very profitable, but that's shouldered by all the apartments that we have that are very profitable. Okay, like I said, it's up to Venkos till 2020 to make all that profitable. Is there anything I need to worry about right now? I want to check and make sure that all the cities are satisfied with their needs for housing and office space. They're looking pretty good. Vancouver could do with a little more office space, but I'm not going to jump on that at the moment. I'm going to... Well, my R&D seems to be alright. My micro-blogging. I think I lied before. I said you can only have one place doing research on tech at any one time. Pretty sure that was a lie. If I go to Brasilia and I put down another bit of R&D, I think, although I could be wrong, I think I can also do more tech on microblogging. Oh, well, there's no one to hire here. Dang, well, that's a waste. Is there a way to check who's available before I put one of those down, I wonder? Suppose I can try Chengdu. It's not the biggest loss in the world if I slam down an R&D center and destroy it afterwards. I lose about 1 million. And once upon a time, that would have been a big deal. I suppose throwing these down is quite expensive as well. Maybe I should start out by putting down one tech R&D. Okay, that is expensive. That is a big loss. Whoops. There are 9 people here that can work on microblogging too. So I will hire them all, and I'm going to try and get myself up in the world of microblogging. For some reason they don't want to be hired here. Come on, give me everybody. Every last person you've got. And you are going to be working in 2-year cycles, please. They should be maxed out on the training. In the headquarters, Human Resource Department, View Talents lets you see where the good tech guys are. Thanks for the heads up there. Saves me the money of having to check it out. Human resources, view talents. Yeah, so Vancouver, do you have technology for microblogging? The ordering of this is... Okay, so yeah, I can go to Vancouver and grab their knowledge on that. So apologies to anybody who heard me say that you cannot stack your research. You absolutely can. Yet another problem in this game that can be solved by the power of money. So let's grab everybody here that's into microblogging and tell them, figure out how to do good microblogging. Wow, they are very good at it. Nice aptitude. Okay, excellent. It's going to cost a fair bit, but hopefully my microblogging services will be the envy of all. Spamazon. You market yourselves on Ask Jake and the other. Right, you're on YouTube too, but you should be on everything, right? The money comes straight back to me. So there's no good reason not to just max that out. Ask Jake YouTube 2 and Spamazon, and Ask Jake and Spamazon. The money is cyclical in that, and it should boost everybody's own reach, which is good. And the reach of everybody who advertises in all of them, like you. Throw that money out there. Get the biggest internet presence that we can, even on Hertz Rent-A-Car. Throw that money at Spamazon. Cotton Path. Throw that money at Spamazon. Okay. Like I said, I'm taking care of my own internet services here. Might be better taken care of by my COO, actually. I fired my COO, but now you can take care of my telecom. That way you can micro the prices and the infrastructure better than I ever could. So we're in the fight again. Do we want to run for election everywhere? I'm really wondering if we do. It'd be a waste not to try and maintain our hold over it, but I don't make good use of it right now. And in fact, we got fired for bankrupting many of the places. Wait, that's looking at policies for some reason. I want to see the fight. That's strange. I can't see the fight for Lübeck's. Oh, the term changed for Lübeck. Probably. Actually, I have no idea why it would have changed for Lübeck. Maybe the whole being fired thing changes the term. New person gets in for a new 5 years. Would make sense, but I don't think I need to pour this much money into the big L. Maybe a little bit just to keep him in power. You can issue a few more city bonds. Always could. Question is what I do with them. Should keep a quick eye on you here. There's 4 billion that my insurance company could, would, and should be dumping onto something. The question is where. I'm always coming back to the stock market here. You've got a good share of Caterpillar here, which I do believe will be coming up at some point. But who else do we want to buy a big old chunk out of? I'd far rather do bonds than I'd far rather do shares than bonds. Better to look at this kind of approach here. I'm sure some of this is going to go to the moon. It's just that on the global stock market, 4 billion isn't a ton to play around with. Nike are pretty low. Seldom have they been so low. Of course, I could always buy local stuff that I think is going to surge up. Who do we think is going to surge up, though? I always prefer to do local with my own money, though, so now forget that. Cap King is for global. Goldman is down after having been so high. Do we think he's going to make a staggering return? Intel is way down. But look at that, over the past 10 years they've done nothing but sink. Nah, surely it's Intel's time to shine. Let's, whoops. I tend to click the wrong button there. Get rid of that. Let's buy 1.2% of Intel and keep a bit of money to play around with. Remember, my company has to make a fair whack of money right now because I've got a lot of bonds out there. The Child Workers and Special Tactics and Rescue Service have become one. Were those both enemies of mine that have been around for a long time? Well, one of them was replaced with the GWC. The Chartered West India Company. I could buy them up early. What do I think? Well, they're focused on insurance. If they make good calls in the insurance market, then that's great for us. If they don't, that's very bad for us. Of course, we backed the Zunist Church, who were also into that, and the Zunist Church have failed miserably. So, well, I guess on the other hand, it's not very expensive to get in on it, so I'll take a cheeky bit of stock price. Well, cheeky bit of ownership over you. 20% should be fine. But, you know, why not? Why not get in on 30%? On we go. In fact, if it's in the public, we should really just take it all. Nah, that should be plenty. Rat merchants. Who are these people? The rat merchant does everything. They're a latecomer, so I don't think they're going to do well. Latecomers tend to struggle greatly. It'd be nice if latecomers had some kind of advantage, specifically in tech. Without coming in at baseline tech, they might stand a bit more of a chance out there. Poor roller coaster people are not doing so hot, are they? Their stock price is way down. But this can always be quite misleading. Something I find I should be doing more is checking out owned securities. So while they're not doing so good, maybe they have some amazing stocks. They don't. However, let's look into, say, Datadyne. Datadyne, if I wanted to acquire them, I'd have to pay $12.5 billion. I'm like, Jesus Christ, they don't have a lot for $12 billion. And then we go to own securities of Datadyne and realize that they own $8.6 billion of local stocks. That would be a nice way for me to get a huge ownership over two of my big foes, Aperture and Shecklemaster. They own 100 million of global stocks, but that's less interesting than this. So that would be probably a cheaper way to get in on Aperture and Shekel stocks, is just to straight up buy up Datadyne. So it's good to check who else has some, like Medibay Heat have 4.1 billion of local shares, and that would all be mine if I merged into them. Well, they'd be mine to control in general, but I'd probably, especially if they don't have a lot of firms to worry about, just fold them in. Look at me, I mean, I've only got 4.8 billion of local. Doesn't show what my insurance company has, though. Still, something to keep in mind, especially the next time the economy crashes. Andromeda, 5 billion. How much is it to acquire Andromeda? 8 billion, so that's not a big markup on the stock, especially if I think it's undervalued. I think the next wave of crashing and booming is when I'll make that kind of move. For now, I really want to be a bit more secure in my ability to pay back my own bonds. So, we're actually just going to let time pass by quite a bit. There's not a lot that I should have to do right now. Aperture Science have just acquired the cart pushers. What the heck were the cart pushers doing again? Still, that might make Aperture look even better. I think they'll be on the up from doing that. Everywhere I think stock price is going to improve. Hopefully my own one does. I really want to issue more stock to raise more capital for my company. It barely dilutes my stock at all to put out more, but I'm not going to do it at this knockoff rate of only $11,000 per share. Like I said, hopefully the economy overall improves. Well, Lübeck won't improve like that. Lübeck's gone bankrupt and cannot do any more, so the question is, what do we want to do as the mayor of Lübeck? Well, nothing really. We're just going to go bankrupt and accept it. Lübeck will get some free money from the central government. We no longer need to worry about being in charge. Who's your biggest competitor? Aperture Science and Shecklemaster. If we check by annual profit, Aperture Science is up there making 1.1 billion. Shecklemaster 200,000. But that's actually kind of strange that Shecklemaster is doing so poorly these days. Their stock price hasn't been suffering that much. I wonder why they're not doing so hot. They get into damn near everything. Oh, I bet that my incredible crashing of the economy has hurt their expertise in jewelry. We can look though. What kind of products do they do? It seems like software is the only thing carrying them here. Yeah, if they didn't have cars and software, they would be gone. So if I were to move in on that, they'd be in hot water. Then you got people like Medibay making it on their OS. They control the OS, they control the everything. I'd love to get in on OS myself, but then we'd have to further fight who puts which software on what OS. I'd rather just acquire Medibay and get all that OS money myself. Of course, acquiring Medibay is it's going to be a tough one. They went public. Well, of course they went public. They've been around for 29 years on this, but their stock price holds pretty well. Damn them. CCD 99.9% profit margin is eye-watering. CCD? Don't know what you mean by CCD. Is this like Spore, where other companies are sourced from other players? I've got a mod in the game that was contributed by various members of the community, and they put themselves and their favorite characters into the game, as well as their own companies. So all that you see here of the corporations, it's a company that was made by somebody in the chat. So somebody put in Andromeda, and somebody put in Cerberus, and somebody put in the Shekel Masters. And of course people put in their characters like Barry Burton from Resident Evil, or Urango McBain from The Herbs. And of course some people inserted themselves, like Doc Spengler. Although this is where things get a little confusing for me, because that's Hat Kid from Hat in Time. And yet I call it Doc Spengler? Difficult. How dare these people use other people's characters as their own avatars? Then again, I don't even use a person as my avatar. There we go. New mayor. Okay, some other place went bankrupt. Was it Lubeck again? Potentially, but it didn't put me in charge, so it's not a big deal. Like I said, we're just kind of fast forwarding until 2020. I want to keep making billions, and I am making billions. But in 2022 and 23, I need to be paying off my own bonds. So I'm hoping that my share price starts picking up at some point. Probably when the overall economy does. Or maybe people have just realized that I've been gaming the system so hard and that, yeah, Christ, my own stock price is crashing hard. You need to pick it up, come on. Oh, but a nice thing to see is that my insurance company is continuing to make mad money. In fact, we made $500 million on those Intel stocks, and I don't see any reason that's going to slow down. Let's find someone else that's down on their luck. Caterpillar continues to crash, which is probably not great for me, but might still be a great idea to pick them up at this point. Grab another cheeky 5% of Caterpillar. Wouldn't cost that much. Might start turning their stock price around. DuPont as well. Yeah, let's grab like 2.5% of DuPont. There we go. Feels good to gamble with other people's money and not my own. My own money is for gambling on the local front. And of course buying out my own stocks whenever I can. Not a bad time to buy out my own stocks, I would dare to say, if things are this low. It's just there's only so much time I can spend putting out new shares. So buying up my own stocks at this point is an expensive proposition. Were you looking at the goods the opposition were making? One of the good classes was CCF. Who were we looking at for that? Probably would have been looking at someone like Shekel Master products. And they make a loss on their silver necklaces. That makes me feel all warm and fuzzy. Well, they make 99.91 back on CCD, which is a semi-product, which means there's no commercial demand for it. Who are they selling it to then? Let's see. Actually, the production is between my two biggest competitors. Tell me about CCDs then. Manufacturer's Guide, Semi-Product, CCD. Silicon. Raw silicon is used to make semiconductors, and semiconductors are used to make... What exactly? Really a lot of things. How do we see that actually? I mean, they're doubtlessly used in lots of things, but where can I see that? Here we go. CCD. There we go. Show me everything CCDs are used for. Camera phones, smartphones, camcorders, compact cameras, and... Okay, very good goods. I've been told that digital goods are a great way to just print money in this game, but once we were done with some basic drugs, booze, and tobacco, we just kind of dropped out of the production and retail game in favor of the banking and stock market game. Big mistake on my part, but that's okay. Dipping your fingers into every pie can burn all your fingers in this game. Oh yeah, I also worked on real estate, and that's been working out well for me. It's almost 2020, and that's the point where I'm going to do the big purge of businesses that are not profitable. Now that might actually hurt me in the long run, because it could be the profit is obfuscated. Maybe the fact that the retail place loses 100,000 is okay because it buys the products from the factories, making them, say, 1 million, but I don't know that. It makes me very sad to see such low demand for the goods I make in the factories. Those firm profits we see here aren't good. I'm not going to shut down factories for what it's worth. The city of Chengdu is out of cash. Well, Chengdu, you can't do bonds, so I'm afraid it's bankruptcy for you. And we're running these places into the ground because we no longer have those huge taxes. But I do hope that companies bounce back. But even if they don't bounce back, if companies continue to suffer, I can always just move in and hoover up their stock. I would really like to actually grab Andromeda now that we see how much they own. But acquiring Andromeda... Is that gone down? I thought it was only 8 billion. I thought it was 8 billion to get them before, and now it's down. And I doubt they sold their shares. Anybody who has more stock than it costs to acquire them should obviously be gobbled up. And if that stock is perceived to be undervalued, then all the more reason to be gobbling them up. And the troubling thing is I'd need to issue a lot of bonds to get that far. City of Brasilia is out of cash. They're all out of cash. And you can't do any, so too bad. They go bankrupt as well. It's alright, all the money comes in from the central government. And that's all money that gets further liquidated down to the glorious companies. Hey, there we go, the Cotton Path has actually gotten a fair bit of traction out there. It doesn't make a lot of money. In fact, it loses all that money because it's spending it on marketing. But I believe... Actually, some of that's making me a loss. I'm making a loss on diagnostics. I'm marking them down for selling them. Why is that? They put on price for e-commerce. How is that a loss? I mean, I'm selling them for $803 on my e-commerce firm. Why is that a problem? It's a shame I can't sort these. Cost is that. Markup is down. But the cost is very low. I don't understand why that's showing up as a loss, but it doesn't matter all that much. Small losses can be absorbed, and I'm accepting the fact that all of my retail stuff is messy. My main money is made on the stock market these days, and boy is that money looking not too shabby. Sadly, it doesn't all translate into money in my bank, because profits that I make on the stock market show as a boost here without actually making its way into my own bank account. However, I would like to actually start doing some more... I should be paying off my own bonds right now, because any money that I'm paying into my bonds is not money that's going elsewhere. So if I go to CapKing, I can check the bonds that CapKing have. Say these ones that they have in... it's CapKing and CapKing. I wish I could rename the the insurance company here. Still, I can sell off these bonds, and then as my own company I can buy those back, and that's going to remove them. 2.8. It's quite a bit. Hey Jake, this is totally unrelated to the game on screen. I just found out it's 10-year anniversary of your post. Yeah, I saw that as well. Here's to another 10 years of amazing achievements. I haven't been chasing amazing achievements for quite some time now, have I? I still have a frightful amount of bonds out there. And if anything, I bought the wrong one. I bought the one that's going to mature the latest. But that still allows Cap King to have more money to throw around. In fact, Cap King, I believe, owns a huge amount of US Treasury notes that I should probably be selling off and investing in the stock market proper. Oh, a huge amount. Since the global stock market went way down, now is the absolute time to be doing that. So let's go selling those, sell all of those, keep my own ones, and keep the high yield ones that I have from these, because it gives me a bit of security and definite income. And then we go back to the global stock market and we try and figure out where to make the good money. Well, is Caterpillar still free fall? I made damn good money on Intel though, but where else can we make damn good money? I believe Dew Point is going to be on their way up. Goldman's been looking a bit grim. Like, their 3-year return is way down. Do we think they're going to jump back up? We have to make a call here. Intel, I just bought Intel. And it's already looking a lot better than when I got them, apparently. 24% up. Looking for people that are down in their luck, which is just about everyone right now. Apple, for example, is way down. Apple's going to bounce back. There's no way they're not going to bounce back. So let's buy 1.3% of Apple. And I mean, if Apple continue to fall, then I'm in a lot of trouble because I'm putting a lot of eggs in this one particular basket. Maybe that's too many eggs to put in one basket. Yeah, I should diversify a bit more than that. Let's buy 1% of Apple, though. And figure out who else to be buying our way into. We've got about 5 billion to roll on the stock market here. Johnson & Johnson, perhaps? What do we want to buy? 1%? 1.5%? 1.5% of Johnson & Johnson. And there we go. I want to see us making some good gains there. Okay. It shows that I've already made a 7% gain on Johnson & Johnson. That can't be right. Maybe it's taking into account like old stocks that I bought on it before. But surely I didn't just push the price up so much that they immediately became worth that. Still, what's also worth considering is how much I can transfer out of my insurance HQ. It's not a lot. So, how about you? How are you doing, Nick Brick? We're in good times, so the Plague Hearts are profitable. That's what I like to see. We'll leave them be then. It's the cost the factory sells it for. The software is being produced by the factory for pennies, but sold to you e-commerce for 890. Then the e-com was selling it online, therefore the e-com reports a loss. Good point. Good point. Maybe I should be doing e-commerce at cost. Nah, it's okay. It's all money in my pocket in the end. The e-commerce can make a loss as long as it drives money for my factories. And demand, we might add. Look at that. Demand is actually pretty good for my animation software. And the profit coming out of these factories ain't too shabby. Still, I said at 2020 I would be going around and taking care of unprofitable firms. This is difficult because I haven't done a lot of gardening when it comes to the way that my produce gets produced, manufactured, stored and sold. It's hard to immediately see what is truly profitable and unprofitable, so I'm just going to have to eyeball it here. But I don't want to have a whole load of unprofitable firms hanging out there. And again, it might hurt me to be going around purging all that. Look at that. Overall, my retail stores are losing me tons of money. So they say, at least. This seems like risky biscuits. Surely anything that is doing nothing but losing me money would be a good one to destroy. I mean, things that go up and down, fair enough. But something like you, for example, this Convenience Store 4 from Merger 4. It sells bread and milk and cigars. It doesn't do a very good job of it. Look at that, 0% utilization rate on these. And I just clicked away from it, which is very discouraging, because now I need to find it again. It was you, right? Yeah. The only thing that there's any real demand for around here is the bread, and even then your utilization rate is way low. So should we just purge this? I think we should. It's doing nothing but losing us money. We need to tighten things up a bit. It shows not too shabby revenue, though. But if the revenue can't make it for the losses there, why even have it? I think we should just be getting rid of you. I'll keep the land, though. I got no good reason to sell the land. Actually, the markup on the land is a pretty good reason. But if I'd ever want to sell that land later on, nah, we'll keep hold of it. Seems like a nice, horrible thing to do. So let's go retail store, my own retail stores in all cities, and we're just going to see, are any of them really horribly unprofitable? This supermarket, for example. What are you even doing? Barely any revenue, nothing but losses. Demolished. No, yeah, pathetic in every way. Away you go. This one's already for sale, it's doing so badly apparently. Not sure I like the idea of it being for sale. Still makes half decent revenue even if the profit isn't great or existent. Plus, this is one I set up ages ago. I'm unsure about that one. I actually think the fact that it breaks even is probably good because it means it's making money elsewhere, so I'm going to take away the for sale sign and keep it there. Plus it's got enormous traffic index. We'll keep you. I'm just looking for anything that is instantly looking like it's horribly unprofitable. Okay, you sell cars and motorbikes under a price agreement though for the cars, and the motorbikes are barely sold at anything good, so away you go. There's revenue to be made here, but not really any profit. God, what are you doing? Your factories make money out of those shops. I'm not convinced they're making good enough money. Besides, this motorcycle isn't something I produce, is it? Oh wait, I do have a factory making motorcycles? Damn, I had no idea. Well, that explains that. Let's keep you around then. You, however, you're not doing so well for me. The revenue coming in just isn't translating, so away you go. This place, although not making much profit, makes decent revenue. Tricky, that one. That looks okay. That does not look okay. That seems fine-ish. That does not seem so fine. It seems a little bit okay. Gods, I don't know. I don't know. Having everything so messy like this makes it really hard to tell for me what's actually working out well for me and what's not. Maybe I should just leave them, right? I'm probably going to do more harm than good if I continue going around in that. The fact is I dropped the ball on production and retail, and I gotta live with that one rather than fixing it. Closest thing I am doing to fixing is producing my own goods here, which do seem to be quite profitable. The car only costs 4k more than the bike. Well, I don't think I don't produce the cars because there was a price agreement there, but I do produce motorbikes, which surprises me. Again, there shouldn't be surprises there on production. Next time I do a run through, I'm gonna keep a close eye on that. But the 15 years I spent managing and wrangling with my bank is hurting me because I did not look into my my production for that. Right, how's our company doing after my little trim down, which was probably not a great trim down, but it's still one that I did. I'm hoping that we can make some kind of bounce back here, because I'd like that share price to go way up and then we start selling it off. But that's going to come, I suppose, when we... Whoa, what's this looking at? Due to point is looking okay. Making some nice money on our investments that we made through our insurance company. Just gotta believe in those. Chengdu's out of cash. Too bad, Chengdu. The reason you show loss is because your factories sell to you and your competitors. Yeah, I know that. Then your shops lower the price below factory, while your competitors can't do this because of non-competing clauses. When you have a price match, you're forced to sell at I think you're forced to sell at the same price with a price match. So it's not like you can undercut your competitors on the same goods. Did Henry ever show his face again as being arrested? I think Henry's still around. If we look under persons, we'll find Henry of Skalitz is there. What's he up to? Well, he's sitting on a lot of cash, a lot of stocks, his own personal mansion, his stocks in my company, and he's still good at retailing, but he's not actually employed anywhere, and he still doesn't like me. History, politics. He's still part of the Republican Party. Don't know why there's a check mark there. God, my own CMO and my CTOs are party traitors. Rivia Bass's there, Candice DeBebe and Tyr. All in the Republican Party, how could they? The Social Democrats are led by Euristo. And yeah, well, Art is a CEO and he's over there. I gave him a lot of money, but I also fired him. I guess he took the firing a bit personally. Shame for him. Okay, how are these things getting on? Yeah, my market share isn't too bad on the software there. In fact, look at that. Our diagnostic stuff is kicking some serious ass. We must have put out a new version that people are loving. Excellent. I'm also liking seeing my stock situation improve a lot. In fact, when I see my stocks do that well and I see my profit go up, I assume that the stock market is back on the up. I'm on 13,000 myself. In general, people are looking pretty great, especially Medibay. That's going to drive up the cost of acquiring Datadyne, I believe. But how's the global market looking for CapKing? Well, due to points at 33, Intel has gone up fairly largely. Apple, well, I've made $1 billion on my Apple stocks already. Hopefully they continue to surge up. I need to consider who else is worth investing in, because CapKing still has $4 billion to throw around. The Goldman Sachs are drooping hard. I think they're going to do an amazing bounce back, so I'm going to buy in... How much are we thinking? 1.5% of the Goldman Sachs. There we go. Go for it, CapKing. Wait, I cannot buy because I own... Wait, what? I don't have it. Oh, I personally own Goldman Sachs stuff. Let's get rid of that then. CapKing. There you go. Okay, apparently I had more than that. Shouldn't be selling low like that, but the fact that I can't buy both is a shame. Eh? Just how much of this company do I own? Get rid of it. There we go. Give me that. Jake, do you know what would be an amazing game? In my opinion, a mobile style game like Apex instead of... okay. Does that have any relevance at all, Casey? Because I'm not seeing it. Yeah, there you go. Well, I believe they fixed the issues of seaports not showing up. Now, even if I have stuff selected here, they'll still show up. Glad to see it. It was a shame to see them so flat for a while. Yeah, sometimes speaking out loud is a very bad idea, Casey, and I suppose that's doubly the case for you. Jeez, we're still in flat-out depression and contraction. I might... Oh, and a subsidiary needs money, but whenever my subsidiary needs money, I tell them to just borrow it. They can usually fix that themselves. I'm left wondering if my own insurance company is willing to give me a lot of cash, because I would really like to not have those bonds be a problem. In fact, with this, the bonds are not going to be a problem. I can go to the bond market for my own bonds that mature in about 1.5 years, and I can make you sell all of them, And I can buy them all back myself. And there we go, they're all gone. And that gives Cap King another 3 billion to throw at the global stock exchange. I'm not really sure it's a good idea for me to be buying out my stock, my bonds like this, when what I should probably be doing is getting more bonds to get more companies whilst everything is in massive depressionville. But I would like to have them gone to try and surge up my own stock price, then get money out of my stocks by selling them to the public, and then in the next crash buy things up. But you're always waiting for that next crash, aren't you? Well, I certainly am. I want that crash. I want that monster crash. Still, global markets. Man, everything is on the up here. Whilst it might be depression around here, in the wider world, things are looking good. It's looking real good. I already bought a bunch of Intel. Nike have been going down and down. I bet I could get a fat stack of Nike. Yeah, I could buy 5% of Nike. Don't mind if I do. What are we up to now? Been on and off phone calls the last 40 minutes. Barely been following. Well, I purged a lot of retail places. That may or may not be for the better. But at least there's a bit of demand and profit coming in on the software that I make. Even a little bit of profit coming from the software development places, although I have a couple of them that I'm not using at all. Wait, I've got this one and I'm paying all these people to do nothing. You just get out of here. Might be a good idea to get rid of you as well. You're just costing me money for no good reason. But yeah, I guess they're making that on e-commerce. And whilst my e-commerce thing is actually costing me money, that's because it's pouring money into my my own advertising online firms, which themselves are making decent money. Past year I made 100 mil from you, 151 mil from you, and this one's a little bit of a loss because it doesn't have the reach yet, but it will. Most of the advertising done, and it's through my own company. But with Ask Jake, there are actually competitors, and even local advertising using it. And YouTube too is really heavily being used by you there. Right. I should probably hand these over to Venko so that he can adjust the pricing, because I have a feeling that I could be charging a lot more for this. I will do this, right? Not every internet company, but you are going to take care of my advertising companies. And let's see what you do with them. I want to see particularly if you change the pricing. So currently it's 10.4. Brazilia's bankrupt again. Rocket Racer resigns. Well, just by putting you in charge, somehow we got a massive load of the purple people wanting to advertise with us. And now they stopped, but we did change the pricing on that, so I think he has a better idea. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong one. Point is, you're going to have to take care of it, Venkos. You can do the micro... Well, probably not better than me, but more frequently than me. Also, where'd all my money go? There's that big crash I was talking about. Is that the bond market playing silly buggers? Holy moly, Apple died. I believed Apple was going to do so well. No, Apple just lost me a lot of money very quickly. Nike, on the other hand... Wait, it says Nike does well, but it didn't. It didn't really. I don't think this is accurate. How did Apple die? I don't think you have influence on the world or the global market with just your cities. I think all this is somewhat random. I don't know. But yeah, Apple tumbling down is bad since I just sunk... how much did I put into them? Like 14 billion? 15 billion? Don't worry though, I'm sure they'll bounce back. There's no way they won't. But it means anybody else that is investing heavily in Apple stock is going to be feeling the burn. Sadly, nobody in the local terms is doing that much. Double check on the bond market. These are going to mature in a year. My own stock's probably going to come tumbling because people see my lack of dosh there. Stock market, local. Oh yeah, I went down for that. See my own investments here. GWC, yeah, I think investing in these new bloods isn't doing it so well for me. Randy's random goods are performing well. Plague Heart's performing amazingly. Buy the RRG bond. I don't like buying other companies' bonds. I don't like buying bonds in general. Bonds are what I use to raise money for myself using my insurance company's dosh. Subsidiaries out of cat. Oh my goodness, subsidiary. Well, no, actually, they didn't borrow that money, so just borrow that dosh. We'll get out of this crash and you'll start making money again. Stop worrying about it. Buy my bonds. City of Brasilia is out of cash. City of Brasilia is always out of cash, so I'll let them continue doing that. Okay, so the fall in Apple stock price is having that big knock-on effect on me. But I could take advantage of that. It means I could buy back my stocks at low prices, assuming I believe that Apple's going to bounce back. But Apple seem to be in free fall right now. Was the OS from Medibay Heat that good, and it can't run on Apple? I haven't seen losses for my company for a long time. Man, Apple's looking bad. Okay, wow, speaking of looking bad, the play carts are in a bad space right now. Must be this depression. I will actually give them a hefty capital injection. That should keep them good for a while. Oh my goodness, my money's going way down, down, down. And that's all because of the bond stuff. I'm not the mayor anywhere. Shekel Master's bringing out a new watch. Good for them. Playcart's doing well with all that money you push into them. I think that's very misleading. They do well. It's just whenever there's a crash, and right now it's widespread depression, they do really badly. Whoa, Venkos is squeezing every penny he can out of me. The cost of your elites here goes up and up and up. I think it's probably a better idea to set up lots of subsidiaries so they pay themselves rather than take their money from you. Because look at that, that's like 100 million on these guys straight away, and it just keeps going up. There's no escaping it. Okay, we'll soon have that textiles and jeans, even though I have no intention of using them. Yeah, this mass depression's hurting. Maybe I was wrong about the city economic state not actually affecting global stocks, because look at that, Apple's just going down and down and nothing but. This would be the ultimate time to be buying Apple, but well, actually, there's something to be said for believing in Apple's bounce back. I could buy more of them right now. And I will. Sink it all. Sink or swim it all. Give me more. Give me more. How are things doing on a local level, though? I'm still a little tempted to buy some stuff out here. Oh, tell you what, how about, if all the stocks are in free fall, just pausing the game to check this, FTL is, oh my god, FTL is dying. It's a shame because I own FTL stock. I think just stock across the board is going down. Is anybody on the up? I'm really thinking about my main competitors here, which include Aperture Science and Shekel. Wow, Shekel is doing horribly. But Datadyne have a massive share in Shekel, so that probably means that acquiring Datadyne is really cheap to do right now. It's important to keep that mindset. When things look bad, that's just another tool to use. You don't just go, oh no, everything's bad. 10 billion to acquire Datadyne, and those stocks will bounce back. I could put out a hefty amount of bonds to buy Datadyne. And remember, Datadyne have a whole load of... Yeah, Christ, look at that, 7 billion in stock, and I'm convinced that's going to bounce back like nobody's business. On top of that, well, they don't have Apple stocks. But it would be good if they did, because then I'd be getting them on the cheap. Maybe I should check and see if anybody specifically owns Apple. Wait, no, I can do that elsewhere. It's not just Datadyne, though, it's Andromeda. Andromeda own 4.4 billion of local stocks. How much to acquire them? The nice thing about Andromeda and Datadyne is, one, there are people that are part of this goal to acquire, and two, they don't have many firms, so it's not like a lot of stuff I have to manage. Okay, you have some stuff like that, but I might just go heavy on the bonds and acquire both of them to get all those shares on the cheap, because they're really cheap. Look at that, look at those Aperture stocks. And what does Andromeda have? Andromeda's got their fingers in every pie out there. I think we're going to do it. Let's take the big risk. We'll go over to the financial actions for us. and we are going to issue new bonds for 5 years. The annual interest isn't that bad, and as long as we bounce back on the stocks, we'll be all right. So let's just do it. The big amount. Gimme, gimme, gimme. How much do I need to raise for this? It's like 15 billion or something. Uh-oh. The amount of interest I have to pay is going up and up for reasons unknown. We're just going to tank that. That's a really painful one to be paying. Whatever, we do it anyway. Take it all. And now we're going to do the big acquisition. This is very aggressive. Might not be a good idea, but I won't learn if I don't try it. Let's acquire Datadyne. 10 billion in cash. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Wait, how much money do these guys actually have on them? You got 180. You've got slightly more. It might be better to do you quickly. Yeah. It's actually going to cost more than I thought, not less, but it doesn't matter. I'm taking you in. Acquire. Do you wish to acquire or acquire and merge? What's the difference? Wouldn't I just become 100%? Yeah, I'd become 100% stakeholder in it. But then they'd keep all those stocks and things. But aren't they still profitable in their own account? Might be good to just leave them there as somebody that I have under me. But then how would I acquire their stocks and things? I don't know, but their stocks are still my stocks, right? Acquire is subsidiary, acquire and merge is merger. Yeah, it might be better just to keep them doing what they do, since they seem to be doing what they do quite well. Internet focused, diversified. But the thing is, I'm buying them because I want those stock. You can sell them and do the special dividend. Alright, you know what, let's start out by acquiring you. Because I can always merge you later on. You still keep that dosh. But you have things that I'd probably like to have of my own, wouldn't I? I don't trust your COO, he wants another raise. You can buy the stock owned by your subsidiary for tag price. Let's have a look at that then. If we look at Andromeda here, do we have the financial action? They can issue shares to the parent company, but that's no point, I already have all of it. How do I just take their stocks? So Andromeda have Okay, we can see at the top. Andromeda have got all of this. How do I just take that? Or do I just sell and rebuy? Yeah, actually, I could just buy directly from them, couldn't I? Yeah, I go to Cap King, and I go to all these places where Andromeda have stock, and I just go... Yeah, I just go and buy those. Andromeda gets the money. Okay, this is good. I'm going to harvest all their stock, and I'm going to leave them to just run themselves. There's no need for me to get in the way of what they're doing. And this shouldn't do anything on the stock price because it's just being moved around. Good call, I had no idea I could do this. But maybe I don't want to be buying it all because I need to raise a bit more money and buy the other company as well. And this is going to hurt even more. But we're going to issue some new bonds. The interest rate on this is painful. But I need the money to acquire. 10 billion. Maybe I can go to the bank and get a little bit more. I mean, the amount is worse, but at least here I can pay it back a lot quicker. So for 5 years, just give me that billion as well. And then we're going to go and... Incorporation, Datadyne. Oh, where are you at? Corporations... Datadyne. They still make decent profit, and that'll still become my profit, surely. So let's just acquire them. Take it all. This isn't Caesar 3 music, this is Stronghold music. Yoink. Just acquire them, no need to merge them. Excellente. Alright, and now I'm going to go to data... Oh god, now I own Shekel Master! Well, I have a lot of them at least. That in itself is going to be useful because they're quite profitable. And have a fairly high amount of other stuff. But this also means they can just go and run themselves. I'll just be sniffing away at them and taking away their money. Excellent. Great. But Datadyne and Andromeda, they need to set a new dividend. I will set that dividend to 50%. So half of their money will be my money. The other half that they can use to build up their own companies. And they can just continue doing what they do. Their profit is my profit. And I'm hoping that those acquisitions will make my own company look better. This might be a good opportunity to buy up my own stock, though, if I think it's going to go to the moon. Henry of Skalitz, are you still... He demands a lot. What tech did Datadyne have? Yeah, didn't Datadyne have some amazing tech? Not sure I'm in a good position to be buying out my stock here. I don't know, but I don't like Aperture Science holding it. Yeah, whatever, just give it to me. Don't like the idea of you having that. Don't know who this Moloch is, but forget that. It's Henry of Skalitz that's my big competitor here. Looks like Treasury's growing, sire. Hardly. I'm about 20 billion in debt now, which is dangerous. Right. Corporate details, Datadyne, tech. Is there tech of theirs that I want for myself? I'm not sure. Can I get my COO and my CEO to acquire tech, by the way? No, you can only change R&D projects. No. Assets, strip your subsidies to pay it back. They have a lot of assets for me to strip. Right, I'm kind of at the mercy of Apple here. I need Apple to bounce back and stop losing me billions there. Some of these look very good for making swell amounts of dosh back, though. Like Caterpillar is surging back up, but I have to believe that they're going to go to the moon. Perhaps you'll tank your credit rating enough to get a loan from the play card. Oh, didn't think of that, did I? Alright, taking some risks here, some big risks. And we've even proceeded quite a bit, so let's make a save here. What's that, Longplay 019? Believe in the big recovery. Believe. But now my own money is going to be hemorrhaging. Like, how much do I pay in bonds each year anyway? Not enough to be profitable, I would dare to say. Buying back my own bonds is actually going to be quite painful, isn't it? If even possible at this point. Whoa! I pay $1 billion a year in bonds. For 5 years, and then I have to pay the original bonds back. I need that stock to really do well for me then. That might be a little difficult for me to manage. You know, unless the stock market does substantially well for me. This game could use some rants, imagine the merge. It does have rants, though. I'm not sure if he's actually around as a person for this, though. What's your company's net worth right now? Our company's net worth is... net worth 15 billion. Which isn't even as much as Aperture is. So I might... Well, you know, I owe more than my net worth, which is probably not going to be good for many things. Well, let's hope that we can make it all back. I believe in that stock market. Apple just needs to stop collapsing. Oh my goodness, he likes to come back, doesn't he? Away you go. Ah, this is probably the riskiest position I've put my whole company in. Fortunately, I have 40 billion in stock. Unfortunately, that's not necessarily my money. If I sold it all out, I wouldn't be able to just drink it out of my own insurance company. I, personally... Well, actually, my company owns 17 billion worth of stock. If I was really desperate, I could sell off some of this, but I don't want to. I certainly do not want to. Although, in terms of just raising some revenue... No, I wouldn't want to IPO the play carts. The play carts makes me decent dosh as we go along. I could wait for some of these to gain heavily and sell them off, but I like having control of some of these. Is the banking insurance DLC worth buying? I don't have a good answer to that. I do like to see what's happening to the dosh here, though. Look at that, surging back up just as I need it to do so. If that surging translates to my own stock... Oh my god, my own stock price is continuing to tumble. Believe that it can all turn around. Look, it's very lowly valued. As the global economy gets itself out of this recession, which I hope someday it will, we'll turn everything around. Till then, I'm paying through the nose for everything, and I need to raise the money to pay off my bonds, my James bonds. Come on, Apple, pull yourself out of this. You are single-handedly tanking my company. Right, the capital ratio of your subsidiary bank is too low. Yeah, this long drawn-out recession has been hurting their profits for a long time. I would need to give them a bit of a capital injection. Yeah, we need to climb our way out of this recession. It's hurting everyone, especially me. Okay, Apple perking back up as we need it to. Our own price perking back up as we definitely need it to. 5-year return on my company. Not great. Alright, come on, just gotta believe. Although I haven't really done anything that would say that we should go to the moon. Insufficient cash for bond... Oh god, my bonds are ready now. Uh-oh. Right, so I need to do something that suddenly raises enough money to pay off some of my bonds. Shouldn't be that many bonds though, right? Actually, it's I need to suddenly raise $5 billion out of somewhere. Where am I going to raise $5 billion from? Don't have an answer to that. Couldn't I issue a new bond? Actually, for some reason my bond insurance rate's actually looking quite good, so I could actually issue some new bonds to refresh those old bonds. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. So let's just get ourselves further into debt to pay ourselves out of debt. Refinancing ourselves with bonds, what a world. Let's make sure the game's paused. It somehow unpaused when I put out those bonds. Right, so issued ourselves even more new bonds for even longer time. It feels like it didn't happen there. Did the game unpause itself or something? No, I just put those ones out. There we go. Ah, I see. It immediately drank up the money. There we go. It's all gone. Now, further question is... Can my insurance company help me out here? They've got about 8 billion to play around with. 6 billion that I could pull out straight away. Is that because the stock market's looking good? No, it's because they had those bonds and they got paid back for them. Right. So that's okay. Cap King having all that money. The question is, where do I invest it? Do I invest it globally or do I buy out my own stocks with it? Alternatively, I drink up the money and buy out my own bonds myself, which might be a better idea. But those bonds aren't that bad, are they? Actually, some of them are very bad. Maybe I can buy out the 6 something percentage ones. Those are the most important ones to take care of. So I go to the bond market, I find the biggest yield bonds that I have out there. Oddly enough, the yield here doesn't look as high as the interest I pay on it. Must be well, must be something else going for them. Point is, I should be buying these up. Get them out of the system. Aperture Science buying out some of my bonds, how dare they. Anyway, transfer a fat stack of that cash out of my insurance company into my own pocket, which I'm going to use to buy out my own bonds. Now remember, I have not let go of a single bit of those bonds or market control that I got in those other companies, which I afforded by putting out these bonds. I'm certainly remembering that because it's an important part of feeling cocky about what I'm doing here. So let's go and buy out our own excessively expensive bonds. This cost me 3.16 to buy them back. Is that how much I got for them? I hope so. Well, I'm paying back like 60 million on top of that, but I can live with that. As long as I get these high yield bonds out of there. There we go, all scrapped. And all scrapped. There we go. Now, it doesn't look so bad, does it? Now I'm only 15 billion in debt and paying under a billion each year on interest on the bonds. And my Cap King still have 3 billion to throw around somehow. So they're of course going to buy up some of this to stop me having some problems. They can't buy all of them, sadly. They can buy a lot of them though. Yeah, you can buy all of that. There we go. At least then some of the insurance I pay is being fed back into my own insurance firm. All the while, those corporations I have are continuing to report profit. Andromeda dropped a bit, but I'm sure they're okay. They'll continue to operate, make me money, and make me look better as a company. And I still want that stock. Oh yeah, there we go, there we go. Bring it up. We're returning to the moon. Right, anybody got some good orbital songs? Saturn V, perhaps? God, my own executives keep wanting so much money out of me, it's unreal. Okay. Pay back your high... Oh, I took out a loan, didn't I? Yeah, I should almost certainly be repaying that. Much as I can. You're out of cash. Well, at least I can refinance a bit. Not from the play carts, though. There we go, just get myself a little bit to see myself through this time. Oh, hell yeah, look at those profits. It's making my books look well cooked. If I can get that to surge way back up into the 30,000 range or even the mid-20,000s, we're going to start selling off some stock to generate some revenue to pull ourselves out of this. And remember, we're going to come out of this smelling like roses. The whole economic recession is still a recession depression, but the global stock market seems to, well, specifically Apple, they're the one I care about. Apple is bouncing out again, so we just held tight, and we're not going to be eating those losses. And I'm hoping Apple go to the moon. Imagine being able to double that 20 billion. I'm imagining it. I'm definitely imagining it. So, time continues to go on. Our subsidiaries and our COO handle our pretty much everything. The things that we set up continue to be profitable. It comes in surges as when they make new products, but there is demand for it. I like to see that. This is teaching me, oh god, there's not a lot of demand for our 3D modeling software, but maybe the factories are making it. I do have a factory for my 3D modeling software, right? I'm not actually convinced I set up a factory for making 3D modeling software. Is there an easy way to check that? For example, this encryption software certainly gets made somewhere. Right? Right? Don't tell me I didn't actually set up a place that sells these. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. Alright, factory for 3D modeling. Wait, now I'm really not sure. Did I or did I not set up a factory for my 3D modeling stuff? Right, check it. Check it. Corporate, us, products, 3D modeling. I don't make any money off of it, so I'm pretty sure I don't have any factory out doing it. Yeah. Whereas opposed to that, we have, say, animation software, and we can see it being sold there. Right. So I don't think I set up factories for these guys. Otherwise they'd be over here, right? So encryption, 3D modeling, and database. Jinx dropped the ball on that one, but that's nothing new. 1, 2, 3. Please make our 3D modeling. Missing inputs. 3D modeling, what was the other one? I'm so quick to forget these. Database software. Are they actually going to operate here? Missing inputs. What? Okay, there we go. They seem to be doing it now. What was the last one? Encryption software. Yeah, I didn't make my own OS. The existing Medibase OS is far too advanced. I'd rather just take over their company to control the OS that way. Alright. Got a little lost in a hole there, but don't worry. I was hopefully admiring how my stock was doing. Well, it is certainly going up. Unfortunately, my profits are taking a nosedive. Hopefully nothing to worry about. My PE doesn't seem overpriced here. God, I wish there was a way to stop the CEOs just constantly asking you for more money. A bit flow breaking when you want to pass a lot of time. I guess you could not have them. Just have them work as... if you need staff like that, just have them do subsidiaries so that they pay themselves modest rates. Speaking of modest rates, why is my own annual salary so low? Okay. Is that the peak? No, I reckon we can go higher, especially if Apple start doing a little bit better. There's a bit of transferable cash, not enough though. Oh, come on Apple, stop floundering about. Their one-year return's amazing. If I had invested in them at a different point, this would be a different story, but I think I bought here instead of buying at the true dip. But that's okay, you just have to hold stronger. When it comes to the local level though, Cap King's sitting on 16 billion. A lot of them reporting a loss, but don't worry about it. Those are just experimentations that we did on new companies. The losses are hardly anything to worry about. I'm more worried about the people that are my actual competitors. Oh yeah, that's right. Datadyne and Andromeda. You're the ones with all those fat, juicy looking stocks that I'd rather have for myself. Also, if you yourselves have plenty of money, which you do, I can always pull those out as and when I want to. Okay, continue to pass by time, hope that our stock continues to go to the moon. I think it's going to be floundering here and maybe even taking a bit of a nosedive. But I'm waiting for us to pull out of these recessions. This has been a long, long recession for all of the cities. More election time. Maybe people can hope for political change. Political chump change. Not liking how the actual money I have in my bank isn't going up, but this is how I make that bank. I gotta pull it out of you right now to pay off my own crippling losses. So I'll do that, and hopefully not having all these loans and things dangling overhead will improve my situation. So let's repay that, repay all of that, go to the bond market and see if I can gobble up any of my particularly high cost... Oh yeah, Cap King bought me out of some of them, that's very generous of them. I don't even have what it takes to... No, I think I do. I think I have what it takes to buy myself out of some of this. Yeah, most of that even. Right, get rid of that. It's a liability that I don't want. I wish I knew everything that you looked at when determining share price. FTL goes for a 1 to 10. Every 10. Okay, that's probably not a good thing. It's going to increase the value of the stock, but give me far fewer of them. Do we sell our stock at this point or not? I still think we can do better. Oh, the economic state has gone static in Lubeck. Hopefully the other cities will follow. And hopefully I'm not spending, or rather wasting money on these elections, because I'm not interested in becoming a leader here anymore. Our money's going down, so I can only assume we are spending money on people. Oh, right, no, we're out of the running altogether, because I haven't put forward people to... do the race. Okay, that's good. This long recession is murdering my poor Plague Heart Bank. They've lost a good $1 billion. But that's okay, I can always do a cash injection, except I don't have money to inject into them. I could tell them to borrow, but the rates are sky high. What if I were to issue some new shares at no real discount? That's probably not worth it. But I think I'll do it now anyway, just get that money flowing so that I can save my own bank here. We'll give them a bit of a bit of an injection. Now I'm going through all this hardship, but it was kind of worth it. I acquired 3 companies and a good chunk of a 4th. I got Datadyne, Andromeda, and more than half of Shacklmeister. That's got to count for something, right? Of course I ate a lot of debt for it. There you go. I should take a closer look at Shacklmaster. I didn't think I would get them as easily as I did, but I did. Now I'm actually interested in their price, because I can run a lot of stuff for them. In fact, I should see what kind of tinkering I can do with their company as a whole. Where are they? They don't show up here. Because they're not my... Well, they are my subsidiary, aren't they? Because I own more than half of them. Expertise in jewelry, they still make decent profit. Half decent net worth, stock price is so-so. Well, I don't think I'm going to push them any further than that. I'm just going to enjoy having a fat stack of their cash. And if their stock price ever truly tumbles, I can buy up more of them. Yeah, in fact, can't I make you sell me better stock? Issue shares to parent company, for example. Can pay a big premium in order to... Wow. I could really suckle a lot of that out. Share dilution would be 25%. It would raise a lot of money for them, but it would give me a lot more control over them. Oh, but Datadyne is the controller. Datadyne would get it. And, well, since I own Datadyne, I would own that. It's quite funny to think about. How much money does Datadyne have? Oh, they got plenty of money for it, and they're making decent profit. Right, I maintain that if we just hold strong, things will look good, especially with profits looking like that. Don't tell me the Apple have finally pulled the finger out their rear. Oh, baby, there we go. Apple's pulling it all back, baby. To the moon. Get Apple to the moon. If we can double that. If we can just have them back up at one of these peaks. Think of the money. I'm thinking of the money. We've made double on Dew Point. I don't think they're going to do better than that. So I think this is a good time to be selling Dew Point. Well, I mean, they could do even better, but, you know, if you sell and make money, then good for you. So that's made us 3.5 billion. Well, hasn't made us 3.5 billion, it's made us almost 2 billion. I'm still selling that off, get the dosh in, let them go nosediving. Anybody else making big? It says that we've made good on Nike, but I don't believe it. I think Nike can go even more towards the moon than that. Then again, I've got, how much do we have? A fair bit of Nike. I own a lot of Johnson & Johnson. Johnson & Johnson look great. Man. Oh yeah, they look well too good. I should be selling that out while the going is good. Make my 7 billion. Let's see, mitigating... Oh damn, Home Depot. Home Depot was the real one to invest in. Wasn't Orbulon making some big bucks? Orbulon runs Shacklmeister, which we don't own all of, but we own a significant amount of. They don't appear to own any global stocks. But Shacklmaster has a good share of Joja, which is not looking so great. Otherwise, nothing really to worry about. My worry is on what to do with this 11 billion and where else to squeeze more out. Because Intel have gone up. Could go up a lot more though, so I'm not gonna invest into that. Verizon's on their way down. Walmart went to the moon. See, oh man, imagine buying that dip of Walmart. No, gotta believe. Right, we bought Apple at a hell of a dip. It might have dipped more, but it's gonna go to the moon. As I like to keep saying. I bought a lot of Goldman though, didn't I? They haven't really increased much at all. Buy Yoya from Shekel when it's low. Well, let's hold our thought until after we've dealt with this. Intel's still not looking amazing. Although for me it's grown by a fair chunk. I gotta throw this money at something from... Actually, I could buy up my own bonds again. But no, stock market is where the big money is made. Travelers, for example. Travelers is way down. Maybe they'll go down more, but for now, let's chunk 3 billion into them. And I've never heard of a United Health Group. I don't know, I get the feeling they're going to sink a lot. But let's just throw a cheeky 2.5% into them. And maybe even pull back a lot of that cash out of you. There we go, now I'm feeling a bit pretty. And with that pretty money I can probably buy stuff off of my subsidiaries. So Shekel Master... Right, this is local stuff. This isn't entirely a stock game, but I feel like I've been spending about half of my time fiddling with stock. It's been working well for me. Maybe I've just been lucky. Or maybe I've just not been too unlucky. Cap King, Oh man, where were we again? I want to buy from Shekel, because Shekel own Joja. So there we go, I can just straight up buy that from you and there's little you can do about it. But do I want Joja? What did Joja even do? Not someone I've paid a lot of attention to. They exist, but they are one of my competitors. I need to destroy them. Their profits have been way down for a while. Why? What do they do? Their factories make money, their retail stores are hemorrhaging money. Their internet company's not looking so good. I mean, Joja might just die. But maybe they have amazing shares. They absolutely don't. Although, they have 4.75 of Medibay Heat, and I really need to take over Medibay Heat at some point. So it might not be the worst idea to start getting in on that. The way these things compound into each other is really quite fascinating. Yeah, I could just take that off of Shekel Master. So Cap King, Joja, Shekel Master shares. And I can only buy them 5% at a time. But it seems like a reasonable cost, and it doesn't change the price, does it? Wait, it does. It wasn't 124 before. I believe buying from your own subsidiary doesn't put pressure on the market. Well, the price just went up. It wasn't 124 just then. Or was it? Yeah, it is. It's putting the price up. I still don't have to haggle, which is rather nice, but I'm surprised. Surprised that makes it go up. Not by very much, though. Maybe it's because I don't fully own the Shekel Master. But I own Datadyne, so I can buy it from you. Well, buying it from Datadyne, well, the price does go up. Interesting. Still, at least I've gained a fair bit of there. What I'm looking to do as Cap King is to own enough to control all of my competitors. That is the goal of this campaign. Making the fat stacks of cash helps out a big way with that, and maybe owning those stocks will help push up my own value of Cap King. Goodness, it would be simpler if I just folded in Datadyne and Andromeda to get hold of all their stocks. But they seem to know what they're doing with them, even though a lot of them are on their way down. That Shekel Master low stock price, though, appeals to me. I might control them, but I do want more of their stock. How can I do that, then? Who owns it? Datadyne owns most of it, and I own Datadyne, so those are essentially mine. Same with Andromeda. So actually, I do own... Well, of course I own Shekel Master, but who owns the rest of it? Orbulon himself does. Your corporation cannot buy a stock in which you have ownership. What? But I do own this. Why can't I buy more of it? Oh wait, I personally own stock in Shekel Master. But, I don't ever recall doing that. Huh. Well, it'd be foolish to sell it now, wouldn't it? Do they get sold into the public shareholder, though? I hope so, but they might get bought by somebody else. Well, hell, even if they do, I can hoover them up with you. So, sell that stock. Okay. Ooh, but Aperture Science bought all of it. And if I wanted to buy it from Aperture Science... Oh, well, they're still not going to let me, are they? This is a bad time to be selling that stock if somebody else is immediately buying it up. Okay, then I just lost that. Okay, yeah, better not... Can you sell to your own company? Didn't think about that, did I? Could Cap King go to Shecklemaster and buy DDR Jake's own stock? Nope, I cannot do that. You cannot buy stock in which you have ownership. Even if I'm buying it off of myself to my own company. And it looks like other people just want to hoover it up. I mean, it's still at a low cost if I buy it back off of Aperture Science. Ah, crap. Crap, I didn't mean to do that. Right, I need to just get rid of this stock. Owning it personally is hurting me. Sell, sell, sell. And this is my stock of Shecklemaster. Probably a very bad way of doing it, but I couldn't think of an alternative. That stuff was hoovered up by Aperture Science, and of course they're asking for double the cost of it back. Damn you. Oh well, I'm just gonna have to pay the cost there. Shame I couldn't just transfer it. Besides, they're gonna bounce back. Shecklemaster will bounce back under my divine leadership. I just need to get all this stuff back. At immense cost. Osmoris's money has some of it though, but they start demanding crazy money for it, so never mind. That's a shame. I lost a fair bit of money out of that. But that's okay. Overall, we're on the up. As long as you try not to look too hard at the amount of bonds that Cap King have out in the open there. 12 billion of it. But hey, it used to be 20 billion, so let's not get too excited. We're making fat stacks of cash, we're doing great work with ownership, and hopefully those factories I set up are going to fill in what I was missing earlier. Oh yes, straight away. The 3 factories I set up are making good money. Although that doesn't look like market share to me. They do the e-commerce. Let's have a quick look at e-commerce. I think I should care more about the revenue than the profit. Brasilia. Ryu Hiabasa resigns from Brasilia. It's probably not helping the whole massive depression situation. Look, I took control of Brasilia. Why is Brasilia going... Well, it doesn't help that I took away all of the government's apartments and charged double rate myself for it. Maybe it's a bad idea in the long run to be killing off the city's income like that. But I have to think about me more than anything else. Raise the corporate level, allow plenty of immigrants in, and hope that that helps. But I'm not getting invested there, we get kicked out too bad. Eventually enough money will come in from the central government to balance things out, I believe that. What's your net worth to bond ratio? About 1 to 1, I think. Apparently the total worth of my company is... Oh, actually it's gone up a lot. Must be all those stocks I have coming up. But yeah, it was 1 to 1 for a while. In fact, for a while I think I owed more in bonds than the whole company was worth. But that's okay. This is 100% the capitalist wage 8 build for today. Trust someone else will take care of tomorrow. Well, it's been working out for our company so far. Despite this being, you know, my only real stab at the game, we've come out all right. How's Apple doing, by the way? Apple's up. Oh, Apple is up. But I believe Apple's gonna make another launch into the moon, so no big deal there. Still Nike's... Yeah, they're gonna do better, right? When this is, like, even better than triple figures, that's when we start looking at selling off there. And my own stock prices are plateauing there a bit. I'm not sure I want to be selling more stock at that point. So we'll just carry on. all is well. Money flows in. I'd like it if money flowed in faster, but that's just the way it goes sometimes. I'd love to just pin my stock price here, or just stock of importance, pin it around here. It would save you keeping multiple screens open all the time, but I think that's just the case of a 20-year-old game. Okay, it's getting really sad for Plague Hearts because of this massive deficit. Well, not deficit, but the situation. They're getting so many defaults that they're losing out on cash. Wow, it's been a long period of recession, and it's still depression all over the place. Maybe I should switch them out and only do AAA and A class. Then they'll stop demanding so much money, but they'll stop making so much money as well. 10% of people defaulting to a tune of 2 billion though, that's scary stuff. Nah, I'll pull you out of the depression, even if I have to dump billions on you. I believe in you. Still haven't come to a good idea on that one though. C class loans definitely make better money, but when depression hits, it hurts. So you have to make sure that you make enough money during the non-depression to make up for the depression. It's just that I have thrust these cities into a very long depression. Oh well. Them's the breaks. Take this money and hope for a brighter tomorrow. Brasilia's too big to fail. Government bailouts are free real estate. Well, funny you should say that, because Brasilia's just run out of cash. Can you issue some new bonds? Oh, you can. We can keep you alive for a little bit longer. There you go. Good job, Brasilia. Could buy those up if I felt particularly plucky, but I'm not sure I do. I don't think things are going to look too good for my company in a wee while. I'm relying a little bit too much on certain individuals doing well in this stock market. Maybe I should have sold Apple when they were looking good. Caterpillar's up 100% though. How is that up 100%? That doesn't look up 100% to me. It claims that I've made 2 billion on my Caterpillar stock. But when would I have bought it if it's gone up by that much? I think it was just folded in from somebody else and that's why it's showing up as so good. Either that or this just doesn't work the way I think it should. Oh well, don't worry yourself with small things. I want to dig myself out of debt. Take the money and don't run. Why run? Things go well for us here. I don't think buying Brasilia bonds is safe investment. That's something that I think is a bit busted. Bonds owned by governments never die. Ever. They just get switched over to the new people holding it, so I guess they stay in that perennial debt that way. Also, Cat King's got so much money. Sometimes I wonder where they just keep generating the money from. Are they getting dividends from the global bonds, the global things they hold here? Actually, they're making money off of the bonds, but not enough to justify those billions coming in. Still, if they get billions, I want those billions. Like I said, I'm wanting to dig myself out of debt here. So let's just take a fat stack of it ourselves. Go over to our own bond market and start buying out our bonds. God, some of those look pretty pricey, don't they? Some are due sooner than others. Actually, no, they're all due at the same time. Huh. I thought I had them staggered. This must have been from my big bonding to buy out Datadyne, which I still consider to have been very valuable for me. I mean, look, I did all that expenditure, and it's not like I've grown my company that much, but hey, we're getting ourselves out of all the bonds that we set up for ourselves. Happy with that. Oh right, I took a bit too much out of my insurance company there. There you go. Brazil should inflate their way out of debt like they did in real life. Insurance is a real thing. It's 4.52% and it looks like it's the same everywhere. Just like it's the same old depression, recession. Oh, I spotted booming. Oh yeah, Brasilia's booming now. Maybe they did inflate their way out of debt. In fact, where's all that money coming from? I don't know, but oh my god, everywhere is out of recession. It's time. It's time for the big grow. If everyone's out of recession, then the stock price of pretty much everything local is going to go well. Apple is back up. This is global, so that's less interesting. Nike. Oh, yeah. Oh, I knew I was good holding on to Nike. Nike have just gone up, up, up. I like to see it. I love to see it. Does that mean we sell Nike? Only if we find someone else that we think is going to be going to the moon. Like Apple. Apple have been struggling for so long. But I don't want to keep putting all my eggs in the big Macintosh basket. I told you, Nike, says Vivo. You did say Nike, I remember that. I should be selling off Nike, but who do I go into now? Or do we believe that Nike will go even higher? It's hard to say, real hard to say. Still, I got 3 billion to throw into the global stock market here. Apple are still floundering about. Do I chuck more fuel on that fire? Caterpillar stock market's been floundering about as well. Man, I sold out at Yudu Point too early. They continued to spike. Home Depot's looking good. Who are these Merlock people anyway? They've not been doing a whole lot. Let's take a chance with Merlock. We'll buy 1% of them, see where they go with that. And then we look at the local situation. It's time for just about everyone to go to the moon because we've got widespread expansion and booming time. So I need to consider, 1, is there anybody worth selling? And 2, is there anyone worth buying? Randy's Random Goods could not be more dead right now. Look at that. Well, their profit's going up and they are back. Oh, of course, it's been a long recession. A very long recession. It's time for RRG to go. At that kind of stock price, I'd be foolish not to buy them up. Do you own any stocks? You own nothing. But I will probably fold you into my own bank, or I'll keep you around as a subsidiary that only does AAA loans. That sounds like an even better idea. The case in point is this is me eliminating another piece of competition. RRG, you are dead. I already own 6% of you, and most of the money's in the public, so I can just buy that up. Yum, yum, yum. Do I own them as a subsidiary to myself? Or do I give my bank its own banking subsidiary? No, giving my subs seems like a recipe for disaster. Alright, that is so deliciously cheap, and I will turn it around. Wait, unless they are actually actively in debt. RRG, they have 100 million. They're losing money, they've got that much net worth, but they have a 50 million loan. That's trivial for me to take care of. And that loan's coming due, that'll be why things look so grim for them. Okay, don't worry RRG, I will save you, and you will keep your integrity as a company. Bye, 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 bye. Give it all to the Cap King. Look, that's so cheap. That's so cheap it brings tears to my eyes. This is like buying a company at the very start of the game. In fact, it's even better. At the very start of the game, a company costs $10 per stock. These guys, I mean, sure, I'm inflating them. It's 4 times as much, 5 times as much. Does not matter. It's still pennies to me. We have subjugated another company. Every single drop of... Oh my god, this... Imagine doing this in real life. It must be, like, the biggest high. There's no point in letting anybody have any control over my company here. Truthfully, a merger is tempting. Yeah, it'd be an easier way to just gain full control. I did say I'd keep their integrity, though, but I want to... Maybe I should just buy out all the competition despite their ridiculous, ridiculous offers here. Andromeda. Wait, I can just buy Andromedas because I own Andromeda. Give me that. Merger. Remember, you can't transfer banks. Good point. Excellent point, even. And I don't want to maintain that bank myself. We'll just buy up all these stocks. I don't want to... You don't have a choice, FGs. Maybe there was a time when you had a choice. You should have ran everything better. I'll pay your inflated costs of this and tell you to GTFO. Alright, Nancy Drew. What's wrong with you? Moss Maurice's money. I'm taking it. Taking everything. Taking absolutely everything. to the point where I think I'm out of money. So I need to find someone who's willing to give me a bit of money. I poured a lot of money into you, Plague Hearts. So I think it's time for you to return the favor. It'd be nice to know if I've made more money out of Plague Hearts than I've poured into them, but if nothing else, I've held that massive market share of banks for a long time. It's time to have myself another. So, Plague Hearts, special dividend. The dividend, wait. Alright, yeah, the dividend is set to 50%, but this is a special dividend. I'm going to take a fat stack, like 500 million out of you. I get all that 500 million as the sole owner of you. It's wonderful the way business works. Let's go back to that stock exchange and continue to buy the rest of RRG off of Pepsi Man and press. I should wait for things to cool out, but you just don't pass up an opportunity that goes this cheaply, even if you have to pay 21 times the market share. There we go, 100% ownership, and now RRG is mine. Well, it was mine at 75. So I'm going to find RRG's headquarters. Where are you, RRG? How does it feel, FGs, to be 100% owned by me? I've bought out everything you've ever worked up for. Right, management policies, expand in bank, sell tech. Don't do any of these. Don't really, wait, computers are your expertise. Well, good for you. Don't really, well, don't issue new shares. Not even sure if you could at this point. Don't close down the unprofitable ones. Don't liquidate. I'll keep you in good hands. You've got that 100 million, surely you could pay off your loan. But now I need to go to your headquarters. Firm, bank headquarters, go. And you are not allowed to do any C-class loans or any triple C-class loans. You must do, well actually there's an easier way to do this. You can do a little bit of B-class loans and some A-class loans. That seems like a good enough split. Yeah, I'll go with that. That's a very high loans to assets ratio, but it should be safe. Should be safe with these guys. You're gonna have to transfer some cash in there. I'm even going to give you a bit of a cash injection just to keep you on your feet. So, financial actions, RRG, capital injection. Look, this is how benevolent I am. I'm going to give you 200 million to keep you on your feet. Alright, now I wonder if that acquisition's going to look good for my own share price. I mean, Jings, I just took over a bank. Speaking of, oh my god, no, you are not allowed to market. Not allowed to market on competitors. Ugh, that's disgusting. Right. Pause everything, game. I need to look for the Randy Random Good Corporation Firm Bank Branch in... There we go. And sort out their advertising. Their advertising must be on own... Oh my god! I took over Datadyne's amazing advertising. It's all mine now. It's entirely mine. Oh dear, oh dear. Ooh. Oh my, and yeah, Andromeda too. Jinx, now we have competing advertising. I wonder if I could just hand over my advertising to Datadyne. Because now we're kind of fighting against each other. But my Andromeda looks good. This is just going to be straight up lost money for you though, isn't it? Monopolized advertising is a frankly terrifying thought. YouTube too does really good though. So I could have you just do both of those. At least that way the money's funneling back into us. I worry a bit about that just being lost money for you though, so just do enough to maintain your existence and absolutely do not be advertising on competitors. I'm sure you can figure out advertising there, but I just hope that you focus on your own and your parents and, you know, us. The greater King, Cap King. We're Cap King, right? Yeah, the greater Cap King family. Okay, I'm liking the green bars that I see here. Don't tell me about these acquisition mergers, I'm well aware of them. The merger acquisitions. Competitors, what competitors? We are slaying them. This is going better than I thought. Andromeda's down, Datadyne's down, RRG is down, Plague Hearts are mine. Aperture Science and Medibay Heat are the two big problems for me. Even Sheckelmeister's not a big problem anymore. He doesn't make that much profit, and I already own a fair chunk of him. Going to take a quick look at any one company that owns a ridiculous amount of stock. Excuse me, my insurance HQ is negative almost $1 billion. Was there a huge change on the stock market that I wasn't made aware of? No, in fact, Apple is up. Apple is up very good. All of your stock are up very good. Holy moly, who's going to the moon here? Who should be... Okay, Nike. Nike's looking too good. We gotta sell. Abandon ship. I want my billions off of Nike back, thank you. Those Goldman Sachs are really coming in. Exxon's way. Oh man, Juju Point are hitting new heights. Sucks to have done that to them. It's kind of strange how almost all the global markets go up and down at the same rate. Makes it a little harder to diversify. Walmart is at their absolute peak. Surely we want to buy at the peak, right? No, I want to actually be transferring a big stack of this cash out. Remember, I have bonds that I need to be taken care of. So we go back to financial actions. There are doubtlessly people that have been hanging around going, okay, this isn't what I expected. You look at this game and think maybe it's going to be like a city builder, working up production lines and that, and it absolutely is. It's just that my focus is largely on the stock market and manipulating it. Very early in the game, we went in big on producing goods and having stores for them, but about 4 years into it, I opened up a bank and that cost 15 years of company growth. But after I came out of that with an actually functional bank, I decided to stick through with money manipulating rather than producing goods to make people happy, because you totally could get into this game and start looking, okay, I want all the quality of life to be good so that people are active, living here, paying rent, buying my goods. Or you can just be like, people are scum, let's exploit them for every penny we can. And, well, you know which one we're at. Also, you're right there, Patrick. We've finally crossed over 10 billion annual revenue checks. I need a drink from all this talking fervorously about this game. And good point. That is straight profit, not revenue. Let's actually look at our own balance sheet. What do I want to look at in particular? Income statement. Last year... Oh man, damn those taxes though. Although year to date, and it's only February the 28th, we've made a net profit of $8 billion. Oh my god, it's too good for words. Okay, the Plague Hearts and their bank of 14 billion is looking pretty good. I wish the HQ for RRG was over here. Could I locate it? Corporation, RRG, firm, bank headquarters, where is it? It is in Lubeck. Please tell me I can move it. Oh yeah, you're getting relocated. Costs a butt ton of money, but I want to be able to see you. Oh, I'm not there. Damn it! I thought I'd just delete that road, but you need to be the mayor to delete roads. Right, this is just 60 odd million I'm throwing away, but I want to be able to see my friendly headquarters here. Look at that build cost plus land cost, insane. But there you go. And I think that came straight out of your money, didn't it? Sorry, but, you know, I needed to have you here. That way I can keep a close eye on you. Your market share is pathetic, and you're barely going to make any money, but at least you should be relatively immune to recession because you're only doing decent... Oh my god, those bees default more than I thought. Alright, screw the bees. They're not the bee's knees. There we go, bring them down to about 10% of it. Alright, back to it. Your insurance, yeah, I just tore all that money out of my insurance company, didn't I? But I was meant to buy back some of my shares, and I completely forgot to do that. Not shares, bonds. Again, I can't have those dangling over me like Damocles' sword. Although I can always just refinance with new bonds. Bonds seem a little easy. Especially when you've got such a good credit rating, such as myself. I said I got 2 years to pay off $9 million of it, so maybe I should play my cards better. Oh my god, Apple's gone up 24%. They're mooning. Keep going up, Apple. Keep up. But it's so hard to know when to sell. Look at those billions. 5.4 billion. 5.3 billion. 5.6 billion. Oh my days. When do you stop? How do you know when to stop? Things look so good across the board. Brasilia. Sucks to be you, Brasilia. Yeah, that's 55 billion of stock we have here. My insurance company's out of cash. Actually, how are you so out of cash? Well, I know I'd liquidated it out of you. You can take a bunch of it back. I don't need to buy out my bonds just yet. Buy my bonds. It's really nice having all this stock because that means this is a good indicator for the overall health of the stock market. I mean, oh my god. It's just the thought, you know, Apple could go all the way back up here. They could do a Cisco and go even higher than they've ever been before. Or they could just turn around and I lose all the money. It's so hard to know when to stop. It's very addictive. It's like real gambling in a casino. And now everything that drops down is a loss for me. But if I sell and it goes up, that's also a potential loss for me. Never know what to do. However, look at United Health. Did I buy at that dip or something? It says I've made 82%. It says I've made a huge amount back on United Health. Wrong one. United Health. I didn't think I bought them so recently. Did I really make those returns on United Health? How much did I buy into United Health for? It's hard to say no to those kinds of gains. 10 years of depression makes it hard to predict the market. Well, you know what? I see good money. I run away with good money. And the thing about that fat stack of cash made is that I can take that cash. Because it's just straight up profit that I've made here. So I can take that out and actually invest it in local market. So is there anybody that's still on the down that I think now is the time to go, oh, I'm doing good. I took out 20% in Joja. Now we're looking alright. RRG will bounce back under my watchful eye. Who else do we need to destroy? Actually, who is a private business still? DE is still a private corporation, so Cerberus and Quills. Are any of those people that I would consider buying out? Acquiring you would cost 5 billion. What kind of shares do you own? Nothing to care about. Cerberus, just a billion here and there. Quills own 4.7 billion of bonds. That's peculiar. Haven't noticed any AI go heavily into bonds. How much would it be to... For some reason I can't acquire you. I don't know why. In fact, that means there's no way of just taking you over unless you go public. how can we take care of that then? Doesn't seem to be any way to just hit that acquisition. That's a shame though. You make decent enough profit. You make very good profit actually. I would like to own you and your telecommunications. Buy quills, dismantle the company, get rid of the logo. I can't seem to buy them. They're not listed on the stock market, so I can't take out stock. And unlike other private companies, I can't just acquire them, and I actually have no idea why. Interesting that. They're not secretly here and I didn't notice. No, not that I can see. Anyway, my focus needs to be on getting rid of these people that have been around for as long as me. Joja's one of them. They're starting to thrust their way back into profit. They aren't diversified in expertise in watches. They're back on their way up. Shacklemaster owns a bunch of those, and I own Shacklemaster. Same story with Datadyne and Andromeda. If I just bought out some more, I'd be able to own quite a lot of... Oh, my good friend the Great White Bull owns a lot of the company. I can buy a hefty amount of Joja right now. It's a bit up to be buying it, but I want to go and just... Oh crap, I bought it with Cap King. Actually, I'm not actually sure if I bought it there. I need to buy it with you. Great White Bull. Offer. Did I actually accept that? Or did I hit forget it? Oh well, I want more of this company, even if it costs quite a bit. Bress owns a bunch of this as well. Anyone else I could just straight up buy it off of? Natsuki gets in bleeding everywhere, doesn't she? I'll take it off of Natsuki and then I will just straight up get it off of my my minions here. So I can take it off of Datadyne with no extra cost, or rather the money goes straight into Datadyne, which is fine. And then I can take it off of Andromeda as well. Shacklemaster. Can I actually buy it straight off of Shacklemaster too? There we go. Now I own Joja Mart. We are taking it over here like nobody's business. How often does that update to? There we go. Subsidiaries. Not many left to take over. I like to see that. Briccoloni is they've been floundering for a long time. They diversify, but this is all they do. It's kind of hard to believe Briccoloni's been on the map for 34 years. And the stock situation for Briccoloni. Oh, well, I essentially own Briccoloni. Why don't we make it official? They're pretty low right now, so actually I could grab some of it off of Natsuki at a reasonable price. There we go. I don't mind paying that much for it. Actually, I might as well take as much as I can off of Natsuki. And then I just take it straight off of Andromeda at a much more agreeable price. And there we go. I don't think I want to merge in Briccoloni. I just want to have the stocks for myself. Nice. Shame about these other bits existing. But we are plucking our way through. Been away for a now. How are the Apple stocks doing? Yeah, those Apple stocks. They're not quite mooning, but I want them to moon. I've already made 6 point... Well, I haven't made a penny off of them until I sell them. But for now, it's looking damn good. It's looking real damn good. How about that bond market? Can I get rid of some more of these bonds that are floating around in the public? With Cap King money, preferably. Yeah, let's buy these out. Cerberus owning my own bonds is a weird one. I guess it's no less weird than my insurance company owning it, but it just strikes me as strange. It's a bit much to be spending on you, but let's buy in a bunch of those. Just means the insurance goes into my the interest goes to my insurance, which inflates my insurance's profits to make me look even better on that sweet stock market. 32,000. Do you think we're going to keep going? I hope me and Apple can both keep going to the moon. How's Apple's doing on their PE? Insurance company's out of cash, not surprised. I've got way too much cash on me right now. I should be buying things out. Any money that I have on me that I'm not putting to use is a waste. Buy up the rest of Shekel Master so you can set their dividends. I'd only want to do that if Shekel Master is doing particularly poorly. Otherwise I'm just paying for... Well, they are actually doing quite poorly, aren't they? But I need to buy out Orbulon. And Orbulon will not want to sell. He still owns it. But I better buy it out for him whilst it's relatively cheap. Oh my god, what do we... Oh, wrong company to be offering. Orbulon is... He's gonna bend me over for over $1 billion to buy out Shekel Master. I could force a merger on him, but I don't want to merge Shekel Master. I want to keep them around as my underling. Well, think about it. What does Shekel Master do? They seem to do what they do quite well, but where are they? Look, Shekel Master turn a reasonable profit. They do jewelry, they got all these things set up. Kinda want to leave them with those. I wouldn't mind absorbing some of the stuff they have here, but just leave them to do well. Forget it, I'll just pay him. I'll pay him what he thinks it's worth. Painful though it is. It's probably not going to get much lower than that, especially since we're out of the recession. So you win this time, Orbulon. I will pay your ridiculous amounts to buy out your stock, and he's going to ask for even more on these ones. Yep. Well, there we go, and now I just buy up everything off of my own subsidiaries. Again, the prices are high, but I own all of Datadyne and Andromeda, so the money that they get I can just squeeze out of them with a special we purchase. Oh my god, this is expensive stuff. Let's not accidentally hit the merger button. So if I go to financial actions now, go down to Datadyne, and I say special dividend with your 6 billion, and I tell you to give me back that money right now, please. I do, yeah, I own all of that, so I take back all of that money that I just paid them for those. It's weird that there's these roundabout ways of doing things in the game. Just let me take the shares if that's a possibility. But we're working around limitations of an incredibly old game. I cannot begrudge it. I can, however, wish that this game got some kind of Factorio treatment. There we go, Andromeda as well. Just gimme, gimme, gimme. And now I completely own Shekelmeister. And I would really quite like Andromeda to give me that money back as well, please. This game in from 2021. Well, some of the expansions, maybe. So that was not as expensive as it looked on paper, but Shekel Master themselves own some stock. They own Joja's stock. Oh, and that's it. I guess I overestimated how much they have. In any case, that Joja stock is kind of going to the moon. Good thing I own most of Joja. Is it going to the moon because I bought up so much of Joja? I think it is. Probably very overvalued, but what can you do? What I can do is go, man, I own a lot of the companies now. Excellent. You know, given that the goal is to take over all the companies, this Longplay might not go on for as long as I thought it would. Well, this particular campaign of it, there will be more campaigns. Next campaign is going to be very much focused on retail. But I don't want to start it before the ESA marathon, because I'm taking a break for that. I'll be taking a break of about 10 days. Hope you don't miss me too much. I mean, I'll be around, I'll be in Discord and that, I just don't expect to be streaming. I'll even be here in the chat, I just need some me time. I'm gonna miss streaming, but even I have a real world that, although I neglect a lot of, I need to occasionally go and take care of. Rested Pandy says he's looking forward to that. Yeah, looking forward to me being off the air. You got away with words. Of course, I'll be hosting ESA. I'll put them on the auto-host. Right. I'll be honest, I really think it's just a case of speed 5ing towards making this fat dosh. We've managed to very swiftly subsidize? Making somebody a subsidiary, surely that would be subsidizing them. In any case, we've been able to do a lot of that. Let's just hope that... Oh my god, Apple's mooning! god, it's becoming a straight line. Although I don't like that little crest there. If I sold out right now, I would make so much money off of my Apple stocks. So much money. God, Intel's gone very well as well. I really bought at a great time. That's what makes it really hard to sell, isn't it? I got 51 billion stocks just hanging around here in my insurance company. But Apple's continuing to moon. I should just let them be while they moon. But look at that, their mooning times have been short-lived in the past. There's not been just grow, grow, grow. Oh man, but look at that, 62%. Although back down, 50. If you look at it like this, you go like, oh god, no. Must be so stressful doing this in the real world. You have 6 billion in cash, might as well buy out Brickaloni too. I mean, it's not straight up my cash, because I still have those bonds of mine issued. I got a lot of bonds out there, and their existence is probably hurting me a wee bit. I might actually consider buying them back with the cash that I have. Should make my bottom line look a little bit better. So in that case, we go to the bond market. We look at anything that is in public. Yeah, anything publicly held, CapKing gets in on. CapKing just buys it back. Cerberus. Aperture Science Insurance is getting in the way of some of these, but CapKing can sell what they have and I just buy it back at my own company. And this gives CapKing some more fat stacks of cash as well. Now that I've got so many subsidiaries, there's a lot to be scrolling through here. I have some fun ideas on what to do with that when I go for my perfect playthrough of this. And I suspect there will be such a perfect playthrough. CapKing... Oh, I don't own any of this as CapKing. It's all Moss Morrison. Oh yeah, I bought back as much of that as I could. But there's the CapKing's 3 billion of it. Sell those and rebuy them back as CapKing, the not insurance company. Actually, there's still some left. I need a bit more dosh. Help me out here, my own insurance company. Hey Jake, love your YouTube VODs. Came here to give you some Prime sub cheers. Well, thank you, Pseudo Lucky. To be honest, I've been enjoying what we do here as well. What is up with FTL? They've been issuing crazy amounts of bonds, and the price of their bonds have gone way down. Does that mean I can buy those bonds at a cheap price, and then they're still going to mature all the same? They don't mature for 8 years. But look at the yield on them. That's crazy yield. Why would I not just have those? Well, because they're barely worth anything, but I like the look of that. Give me those. Give me those high yield, low cost things. We don't know though. We don't know if private companies lose these when they go under. And FTL probably don't look so good. Not to be confused with Medibay Heat. An AI bank for 18 years run by Barry Burton. Oh ho ho ho. You tempt me again. You tempt me once more to buy out another company. On the local market, if I wanted to get in on FTL, they're going for nothing. Do FTL own anything worth knowing? They don't own anything. Yeah, they don't. Annual profit minus 11 million. But hey, we've just come out of the depression. I think FTL is going to bounce back. Can I buy them? Are they open to the public? Yeah, most of it is publicly held, and some of it's held by my own subs, right? You know what this means? I'm swooping in and taking another bank. I will prop them up. I will be my own competition. But I wonder, if I just keep buying subsidiaries, is it going to keep spawning new companies on the map? You might end up with loads of them if you keep bringing in subsidiaries. Again, I have an idea for that. I'm just wondering how it would work in practice. There we go. Don't worry, FTL. I'll rescue you. Nancy Drew, give me those. No, give me all of those, Nancy Drew. Snake as well. I know you're a venture capitalist, but I'm here to take your dying stocks off of you and turn it all around. I mean, look, they were up here. They've had a bad time because we've faced about 4 years of pure depression. They will bounce back, and I'll be there to profit off of them for that. Can you give me all your money as well, Barry Burton? He won't want to. Whoops, wrong company to buy it as. Yeah, of course you don't want to, but I'm gonna make you. Your company ain't worth jack. Give me your shares. Roller coaster. Yeah, I need your shares as well. And I should probably just take everything off of my subs as well. Moss Morris's money. I'm having it. Joja. I'm having it. There we go. Now I completely own FTL as well. And FTL... Right. Expand and bank. Don't sell your tech. Don't have any of these. Keep that up. I mean, I don't really care how you do that. But do not issue shares. Don't close anything down. I will rescue you. But how will I rescue you? I need to go to your banking headquarters and figure out how you do business. Right, well, for one, we're gonna... I already have Plague Hearts to do the big risk stuff. You're gonna join it in, and I think you're gonna do nothing but A's and triple A's. Have a high asset to ratio thing, and let's dump a bunch of money into it to keep it functional. Financial actions, FTL Enterprise, special cash injection. I mean, they have cash, but let's... Well, I don't want to be too keen here, right? Give them like a few 100 million, see how they handle that. Can you throw Barry out of CEO position? I absolutely can. In fact, I can grab some people that I don't like and toss them out like garbage. Orbulon. Actually, can I? No, surely I can. How do I do it, though? Management policies... He doesn't actually know how. Come on, surely there's a way to toss out the CEO. Go to their headquarters, you can assign a new CEO. Thank you. So I need to go to your firms, go to your headquarters, go. I like Orbulon, though. I really like Orbulon. Is anybody in the chat who is also in the game right now and wants to run one of these companies? I'm not going to switch out Orbulon because I like Orbulon. She's one of the WarioWare characters. How can I do that to them? I think FG's has to go. I mean, there's that creepy ass face of theirs. They need to go. So let's look at their firms, go to their headquarters, and it's time for something else here. Johnny Slick says, I'll be your man. I'm not really sure you're in the game. I haven't seen you on the list of peoples here. Natsuki's a venture capitalist, can't get them. Get the Maze Meister in. JC Denton himself. Why can Pain... Oh, Pain Elemental got tossed out as a politician. You know what, we did Rombic a bad one. We'll bring Rombic back in. They want a lot of money? Sure, in you go. You must terminate the employment of the current one. They get no money for it. Fine by me. Off you go, FGs. Excellent. So, there's RRG's bank. I quite like Barry Burton, though. Brickaloni, though, run by this weird Bugs Bunny version of art. Could we do something else with you, then? Brickaloni. Brickaloni doesn't have a headquarters. I'd have to build them one. Yeah, forget that, then. We've done enough mucking around there. I really need to find the right moment to sell out and make all that Apple money, and then I'm going to use that Apple money and destroy the competition. Henry can start a LinkedIn group to bitch and whine with Barry if you fire Barry. Barry? Where's Barry? Apple was up at 60%, now they're not. But are they still going to go to the moon? If it starts dropping like 40, 30, 20, I'm going to be in digital tears here. But they might still be going to the moon. It's so hard to know. So hard to know. Oh my god, 60 again. Where are they going with it? Where are they going? I could sell out right now and make 11 billion, but if they continue to go to the moon, I might miss out on making even more than that. You know, there comes a point where you gotta say enough's enough. We're going to... The fear of missing out is truly the devil in the stock market, yeah. I think we're going to be cashing out big time, and we're going to destroy the competition. So if we sell those stocks for Mondo money... It's not my Mondo money, it's my insurance company's Mondo money, but sometimes those are one and the same. I think Caterpillar's still going to be doing well, but they've been trending down and down for a long time. It might be their time to really shine. I'll give them a chance. Although apparently I made money on them, I don't know how. Goldman is mooning. But I could make my 5 billion off the Goldman. Intel, I'll keep my money on Intel. They're going to continue to do well. I don't even know who this Merck and Company is, but I'll take my billions off of them. Microsoft's looking swell. Could do with another big crash. Wow, how do I have so little United hell here? And then oh wow, the Travelers went to the moon for me. Thank you kindly. Let's just sell out, and hopefully our impact on the stock market, which to be fair was a pretty sizable impact, will maybe send ripples around there. Now that's less money to take out than I thought. I thought I'd be running away with at least 30 million out of that. 30 billion rather, I'm certainly running away with 30 million. But that tells me that you need to be investing that money somewhere. And I could actually buy local stock with that. But I don't like doing local stock with you because that doesn't allow me to do a buyout. I'd still have to buy it off of you later on. It's more used for secure... Oh my god, I have gone to the moon. Right, we know what that means. We go and we do new shares to the public. We can do them at... do I want more? Or... Wrong company. Cap King. There's no point in giving them a good discount on it at all, right? I want to sell as many as I can. Raise ourselves a cool billion for a minute dilation. So I'm at 98.13, and now I'm at 97.83. I would smash that button as often as I could if I could, but I sadly cannot. God, that is printing free money. Right. Time to settle some scores. Subsidiary. Right, Moss Morris's money. We should be looking at people who are down on the stock market rather than up. There's also the private corporations here. We already bought in FTL and RRG. Wow, we're running out of competition. Tell you what, Aperture Science has been my biggest problem in this entire run. Well, you could argue Shekel's been bigger. They make a hell of a profit. And their stock price is actually looking pretty good. I think I just need to aggressively go in there and slap them about. So, we go local, we go to Cap King. I've got the billions, it's not enough to buy them out. But Aperture Science has done too well for too long. We need to take them down. Now, another way to look at it is to acquire companies that already have a good share in it. Briccoloni do. Well, that's hardly much, is it? Cerberus. The big ones here are Medibay and Datadyne. I own Datadyne. I don't own Medibay. So maybe I could get in better by buying up Medibay. But that's very hard to do. Old Engineer's keeping a close eye on his own holdings there, and they're worth a gorillion. So that might not be the way forward. Jake, did your recent success in the stock market, you can issue some dividends to your viewers. I would love a few millions. Well. I'm not sure if you could afford the amount that I'd be charging on that. Start with your non-subsidiaries. Yeah, I plan on leaving the subsidiaries for last because that way the price is larger, but at least the price goes into my own people. Medibay has that OS monopoly and shit. Yeah, Medibay has proven troublesome for a long time, and buying their shares is so very expensive. $1 billion for 5%, and that's just the initial offer. Old Engineer won't want to sell his stock to me. I'd need to crash them by introducing some opposition to their OS. Or we just go in all guns blazing on the money. Hey, look at that, $1 billion, $1.5 billion for a small percentage of the company. Yeah, forget that for sure. I would need to come into them during a big slump. Nothing in the public, sadly. Natsuki is devilishly rich. Hey, the Shackle Masters seem to be doing well after a certain handsome individual took them over. Wonder how that could be. I wouldn't even mind shelling out on my own stocks to get in on Aperture, but... not Aperture. Yeah, Aperture. They are a difficult company to get a hold of here. I can't change the fact that I have to get in somehow, though. Maybe I should just start hoovering up the individuals that have a good share of Aperture. But that's so expensive. So disgustingly expensive. Maybe there are other ways to fight Aperture. It's just they've got good diversified income. Very good. Do you not have the tech to start creating an OS? I certainly do. I certainly do. But to make a competitive OS, that's a different story. I could get on it though, right? Nothing's stopping me from doing that. I believe it was Software Company for an OS. So build Digital Age, Software Company, and let's make ourselves... Let's make ourselves an operating system. Oh, we get to choose who we make it for. Can I make it for both? I wonder what the downside of making it for both is. Anyway, might be better that way. Cap King OS. We're gonna make one. It's going to be really bad. I need to work on my OS technology, but I think they're the only people that have the OS technology, Medibay Heat. So that means I need to... oh, there's a lot of tech to be getting for this, isn't there? Tell you what, there's 9, 9, and 9. We can just do 3 tech firms that are on it. R&D Center, R&D, 1, 2, 3. And we do it with you. And we hire all the... where was it? Don't tell me it's not here. Can you headhunt from Medibay, steal their tech? No, you can steal their people, but not their tech. Tech cannot be stolen. Am I imagining things? I thought I saw it here. Is tech different from tech RD? It is entirely different from tech RD. Ooh. So maybe I need a software company to do all that research instead. Alright, well, whoops. Away you go then. It's funny, I thought tech RD was the same, but I guess I was wrong. So instead we build Digital Age, Software Company, un, dos, tres. And there's not a design for nothing but tech here, is there? Oh well. T for tech programming. Hopefully it doesn't bother the game that they're in different buildings. Get a team. The team does Computer OS Core. Everyone does. Start the R&D for 2 years, please. Hopefully 2 years is enough to get us into the next crash, and then I can make my crappy OS. And I'm going to save this layout. There we go. And then I'm going to use this layout here, and use the layout here. And in comes the other OS people. Hire them all, start the R&D, give it 2 years, and hire more people. And this isn't enough, I'm going to headhunt other cities to get these kinds of people. 2 years, keep it up. We can do that from our headquarters, thanks to somebody giving me the tip. Human resources, by the way, training should be maxed out everywhere. Oh, and my own salary should be super massive. No reason for it not to be, right? Actually, there's no reason for it to be as well. Human resources, view talents. I need OS technology. There's a full set in... Okay, there's plenty everywhere. Grab them all. Which means I go here, and that means I duplicate this firm, and we duplicate it everywhere. I don't really have a main place in Brasilia, but if I'm going to build it anywhere, it might be next to stuff that I already own. Like... Do I own this stuff? Of course I do, I own everything. 1, 2, 3. And Cheng... Well, no, I better do it. No, come back to those. Chengdu, where are you going to go in Chengdu? Again, where do I own stuff in Chengdu? Over here. 1, 2, 3. And over in Vancouver. I own a lot of Vancouver, as well I should. 1, 2, 3. So, again, we're going to hire the teams for you. It was in red, that's probably the reason why I thought it didn't work to do it multiple, but there you go. 2 years of that. It's the only way I can think to take the fight to MediBayOS, and if I win the fight against MediBayOS, I can win the fight against Aperture. That's what I'm going to believe here. So we're getting in on that OS, and then I'm going to shift my own products over to my own OS. I don't know if that helps, but logically that would help. What's the use of an operating system that has nothing to operate on it? I don't know, but I'm sure there are Linux viewers right now. It's important to note that when we're talking about Linux, what we actually mean is GNU/Linux. Right, give them that. Give them everything we can. And I'm surely going to figure out that I'm actually employing the wrong team somewhere. Okay, OS input, in we go. Okay, Stallman. You know what I'm about. Okay, last batch. They don't have a lot of loyalty. If I raised their salaries, they'd be more loyal, but I'd rather just not worry about them leaving me. I can always headhunt them back if that becomes a real issue, or destroy my competition. What I'm curious to see is if we have a whole bunch of new companies join the fray. I mean, I just subjugated a lot of them, but I didn't merge any. So does that mean it's going to bring in new competitors, or not? Okay, there we go. That's our declaration of war against MediBayOS. We're developing our own crappy version, and once it's done, hopefully I get alerted that it's done, and we will deploy it, sell it, and shift all of our programming over towards it. Also, apparently this game does run on wine, but I haven't heard of that. I don't know how. I don't engage in that insanity. Haven't saved in a while, so Longplay 020. Oh yeah, I did kind of plunder my insurance, didn't I? Here, you can have $1 billion back. My poor insurance, which really needs to invest their money in somewhere. I hate to say it, but they should really get onto the stock market, the global stock market again. Please, Apple, don't continue going to the moon. I will regret it so much if you just keep making money. Sadly, nobody seems worth investing in right now. Maybe Verizon? They haven't been super mooning. I mean, I gotta throw my money behind something. Why don't we buy 5% of Verizon? I don't know. Everyone follows the same kind of pattern here. It's really hard to know what to invest in. Again, I could go to the bond market just to tie up my money in stuff that makes DOS for a wee while. For example, Brasilia is selling these for good returns, so why don't we buy... Oh yeah, I set those by Brasilia. But the yield is apparently good and the price is way low. So why don't we just take the... Oh, not Plague, Cap King. Cap King buys those. Just buy all that Brasilia high yield bonds. Let's not buy these super risky FTL bonds. I'm not sure I can trust those right now. Can't believe Cap King still has some of these floating around. Get those out of there. Chengdu have them. Not unreasonable. Actually, the Chengdu value went way up, and I couldn't tell you why. Not really interested in bonds that cost more than they're worth to me. And US Treasury notes don't have great return, but it might actually be a good thing to put in it. At least it won't combat inflation, but it'll, you know, if it's not going to do that, then why not just invest in somebody who? No, because none of these are public shareholders, are they? Georgia has them for the public. Do I want those? I already own Georgia. Wouldn't I rather own more of Georgia? Not at that cost, I don't. But I do want to own more of Georgia. Get these other people out of my hair. That's way overvalued, but if I buy it from someone else, they'll just make me pay more for it. Looking for anyone that has public owned stock, because that's stuff that I want to buy up myself. No haggling, just taking. FTL. Sucks to be you. No, the only place I'm going to make decent dosh off of Cap King is by investing. And I think at this point my best bet is US Treasury notes. They don't tend to budge. And it'll at least combat a bit of the inflation. Keep some money on hand for you. There you go. Damn, you could have even more, couldn't you? Actually, no, you would end up buying all of them. Man, the US Treasury owes me big time. Let them get away with whatever it is they get away with. There we go. Still leaves me with some billions. And how many of that do we need to keep aside for our own bonds? Actually, I've only got 3 billion in bonds out there. I'm wondering who's owning those bonds. Somebody has a lot of my bonds. Oh, Cap King does. Cap King could easily sell those and I'll buy them back. Cap King sells those. Cap King buys those back. And there we go, now I've bought myself out of practically all of my bond troubles, and that'll hopefully make my bottom line look even better, because I intend on smashing that button to issue new shares to the public as often and as recklessly as possible. Sadly, you don't really get told when you can do it next, it just says try again later. I wish the game would model some real-life events like the big crash in 2008. We had our big crash. It lasted 3 or 4 years because some political party decided to sell out. They decided to privatize a lot of real estate, and that left the government no income, and that meant the government just spiraled into depression. It lasted a long time. Didn't go so well. Well, I mean, depends on perspective entirely. Please don't go to the supermoon. Stop mooning, Apple. We need you to stop mooning now. You had your fun, now it's time for my fun, and that is my fun right there. I just wish I could leverage these stocks against buying out other companies. I would love that. I mean, I can leverage it by issuing new stock, but that's not what I want to do. Yeah, we've got maxed out investor relations, of course. That's helping big out the stock price. And I would only ever turn it off when we're in free fall, when I don't really care about having good stock. In a way, the only way to model 2008 would be not knowing it's coming. Sort of difficult if you know to not take risks in advance. We do take risks in advance. In a way, my bank goes through that. I've set my bank up, well specifically Briccoloni's bank, to only give out the riskiest of loans. And I just accept the fact that the default rate is high, and whenever the crash comes, and the crash came for years here, we just shed money. So I bail out my own bank, and that's because during the good times we actually reinvest the money. 50% goes out to the main company to continue to grow in order to have the money to bail them out. You might call it all sorts of corrupt, but it does keep food on everyone's table. Now let's issue those shares. Oh man, we're just still supermooning here. No real discount, as many as we can. Get me another billion for nothing. We go from 97.85 control to 97.60 control. That's almost no dilution. Remember when doing this would cost me about 10% of my share? How is it costing me so little now? I don't really understand. But I do understand good money when I see it, and I'm seeing it. Medibay. Wait, wasn't Medibay like here? And I was like, oh, too expensive, and now they themselves are super mooning. No, it was Aperture Science, but Aperture Science is still going up to the moon. Riccoloni's still got some public stuff here. I should probably just hoover up anything I see going public. Not my own company, though. Hell, the fact that it's super mooning means that... Oh my goodness. It just keeps going. It's like a rocket. I am uncomfortable with having Cap King sitting on 6 billion and not investing it, unless I can take that out. But I can't, only about 1 billion out is transferable. I wonder if I could leave an insurance company in AI's hands and have them do this kind of hawking over the stock market, but I wouldn't trust them. And the whole point about having you is to have you be very flexible for me. Caterpillar's on the way up. Intel is going back up. Yeah, Verizon's really just struggling there. But I don't think I want to do another big investment in the big old stock market here until there's another crash. And it'll come, it comes every few years. In fact, I'm sure there's one coming right around the corner. I certainly hope there is. And Brazilian has nothing but going bankrupt. There we go, unsurprisingly, subsidiary Plague Heart's out of money. But I'd rather they took care of their own problems, so just borrow that money and deal with it. Now, like I said, my declaration of war is ongoing here. Wait, why are you not? You are researching, it's just not showing up as a pop-up. Shows up for R&D, but not for you for some reason. I am still working on my crappy OS, and it'll soon be done. And once it is done, I need a factory to print it out, and I'm going to shove it into e-commerce. Can we actually acquire those real companies? No. I think even if you had 100% ownership of, say, Apple, it just means you'd get massive dividends. It would be a nice goal, though. And you'd probably just end up breaking the game out over having too much money. If such a thing is even possible. Oh my god, the supermooning won't stop. We're gonna hit 100,000 stock value at this point, at this rate. Won't stop me, though. If I want personal money, I could personally sell off 5% of the company for 20 billion. And trust me, I would like to do that. But it would just be personal money, and I don't even know why you want personal money in this game. Like, I really don't know. Yeah, maybe you can do stuff with it, but I'm not aware of it. Right, no discount for my people. Maximum another 0.2% share dilution for another $1 billion. Feels good to just print out $1 billion every now and then. And I will continue to do this whilst we are still supermooning. There's no good reason not to. Recession is hitting, but only in Lubeck. And I'm still waiting for that OS of mine to be ready. Oh, it is ready. Version 1 is done. Its quality is 4. That's not good. You will automatically make more, but you won't be making more until we finish this tech. And you will finish that tech. So, now I need another small factory, just here. And this small factory is going to be doing my Cap King OS version 1. I want you on max training as well. Training is probably maxed out across the board, but let's just make absolutely sure that it is. Now, as for my own OS stuff, I want to advertise it. We have a built-in advertising thing? Well, who are we advertising it through? We're linked with CloudTube, which I think we own now, right? Yeah, but Instapic has better reach. Although I do like to advertise and Ask Jake. We'll do it on Instapic. Advertise our new OS on a website that people are obviously only browsing through not our OS. Produce it, and then hopefully people will buy it up. Actually, that's going to be the tricky part, actually selling this crap. Who's even going to buy it? I could, I suppose, set up my own shops to do so, but that's a level of micro I'm not sure I'm interested in. I mean, it's got such low, crappy quality, who would even be doing that? And where are my computer shops? Well, what I could do is I could manually go to my firms. Let's do city at a time, and I want to find computer store. I have 0 computer stores in Lubeck. I have 2 in Brasilia, and they're not stocking my OS, so I'm going to add a new floor here, and I'm going to tell you to stock my OS. All cities, of course. From only Cap King. There we go. So Cap King OS, stock that. You as well. Wow, look at the demand for these. It looks like you could make crazy money on the software front. But like I said, I'm not going big into retail in this game. I dropped it and I don't want to handle the mess of picking it up at this point. Chengdu only has 1 Wii computer store here, but I will be forcing them to stock my crummy OS. It's going to be really cool if this becomes a supply problem. I'll have to have a big factory printing out my OS. Right, I will... Where are we at now? Retail store, computer store, computer, there we go. Be easier if I could see better, but because we're on this whole My Firms thing. Retail, computer. I got all this stuff built up over here, so it's kind of giving me probably decent consumer traffic index. 36, 15, 15 ain't great. 18's considerably worse. I don't rule Vancouver, so I can't just move things aside for it. I can make do with, what was it, 33? Thought I had 36. 36, there we go. And, you know, Venkos, you're in charge of this thing, but it's just of vital importance that you sell my crummy OS. I might set another computer store down over here. Duplicate. I hope Venkos is able to add more things to sell there. I just shove you down over there, same thing. Now, as I said, in Lubeck I have no computer stores, so let's duplicate you and shove a couple over in Lubeck. Lubeck is the city that I own, so it's easy enough for me to just shove these down in places that work for me. Yeah, Lubeck is DDR town as well. It freaking well should be. Brings me ever closer to thoughts of the Hansa. Are 2 going to be enough? I do want to settle down another one, but 15 is such a low rating, a low consumer index rating. If I were the mayor, I could shove someone's really nice store out of the way and put my own one down. So I've kind of sacrificed that advantage. There we go. Venkos owns though. I'll leave those be and we'll see how the demand goes for it. Aperture is really monopolizing the inner city retail market. So many shops. The AI really loves to spam their shops. Okay, let's see. The sales, purchasing, manufacturing. It's not working flat out, so it doesn't look like there's going to be any kind of issue with supply. For now, though, it doesn't have the reach. It's going to take a while for it to get any kind of reach out there. Actually, maybe I tell a lie. Look at the demand. The demand is way high. Buying in enough to get this all done. If demand is so high for computer OS, maybe I need to make more of them. Let's try slamming down a big factory and having this factory produce the OS. There we go. Max out that advertising, and I think we actually need to produce something first. There we go. always forget where to do the advertising here ever since they put it onto this internal thing. Right, link the media with something that we care more about. The photo sharing website, of course. Okay. Still though, the demand looks different for you. Let's shove it onto e-commerce as well. The cotton path doing me nothing but losses here, but at least it's getting my products out there. That's fine, the losses are all in advertising anyway. Speaking of which, YouTube 2 has 63% reach. 63% of all internet users are reached by YouTube 2. Ask Jake asks 55% of them, and the cotton path is scrupulously used by, again, over half of them. Spamazon, less effective, but still profitable. I like this. I really like the internet stuff. It's a bit hands-off, but it feels good to just leave them and let them flourish. The internet is a bit of a slow burn in this game. Speaking of burning, how's that stock situation? My ears are burning. My palms are burning. We're still supermooning, and that means we are still selling as many shares as we can for as little discount as we can. It's just free money. And Cap King has so much money. God, I'm almost disgusted. Apple is flattening out, so I don't feel so bad about having sold off. In fact, it looks like all of them are flattening out. I think we're going to be entering the Big Dipper now. Certainly hope we are. And I'd really like to be able to take more money out of you, but the 2 billion's not going to cut it. We're still booming largely around here, so stock prices are going to continue to do very well. How's Twatch doing? Twatch is 73.5% reach. We've got marketing going. Oh, come on, let's keep that micro-blogging going on Spamazon. No reason not to just shove all of my advertising in a circle here. I wonder if anything gets shaved off, right? If they spend 1.7 million per month advertising on YouTube 2, does YouTube 2 get 100% of that money? And YouTube 2 then spends that money advertising on Spamazon. Does it just go around in a circle and make them all stronger? There must be somewhere that a bit of it gets shaved off, maybe in taxes. But taxes are only done on profit. So if I find somewhere that doesn't make a profit, like my e-commerce thing or the cotton path, profit tax is 0%. The circle jerk of advertising is obscene. Yeah, I think it might work for me. You could make a profitable venture by having nothing but advertising. Have all your advertising advertise each other, and then everyone goes, hey, these guys are really good at advertising. And then you get other suckers to pay in, and that's where you make your profit from. Needs infrastructure though. And the internet's a bit of a slow burn, especially if you start from 1990. I've just arrived from YouTube, says Foulmouth. Delighted to hear Wednesday at the end of the VOD. Delighted to hear about. Okay. Anyway, whoever named Twatch needs a medal. I wouldn't mind having a medal. Okay, things continue to go fine. We'll have no problem paying off our bonds if we haven't already. No, those mature at the end of next year, and it's not even $500 million. Easy peasy. And most of the interest I pay straight into my own insurance firm. Lovely. Those FTL bonds are not tempting. Not at all. They are apparently going up in value though, and Cap King bought some of them. Brasilia. Yeah, I bought on those Brasilia bonds. As long as we make more on the yield from these than we do pay in inflation, then we're going okay. Our own profits are slowing down though. I don't like the sound of that. That's probably because I pulled out of the bond market, so I expect my own stock price to collapse soon, as people realize we're not as good as we said we were. So I might do one last issuing of new shares to the public to make another billion or so. And then we let our share price collapse. I'm going to drop all investing in investor relations, let it come down. And then if it goes really low, like under 10,000, buy those stocks back. On top of that, I'm hoping for an overall stock crash in the local firms. But again, it only really matters if it's in a company that... Don't know why my subsidiary is listed at the bottom there. That's not good. Also, how is Joja losing money? You were so profitable before, and now you're so not profitable. I don't think I 100% own Joja, so I guess it's not a big deal. Brazilia's out of cash. Of course Brazilia's out of cash. I did not set this up specifically so that Brasilia would constantly be in debt. It's just how it has organically come to be. Let's take a quick look at the cities and make sure that we're on top of the housing and office space demand. Kind of. I don't care about Vancouver's tiny amount they need, but I think people leaving Brasilia. Emigration is beating immigration over the past 5 years or so. Oh god, people were fleeing Lubeck in droves. Hold on, I think I was reading that wrong. No, it's different. It's different, right? This cap part here, the top of this peak is 27. So 12,000 would be about here. They're still getting more than they're losing. What about Brasilia, though? I'm not so sure about that one. Certainly not a compelling argument to go and live in Brazil. Yeah, a happy coincidence. Okay, yeah, my Christ, look at Aperture, they're everywhere. And a lot of it's unprofitable. Kind of disgusting, but apparently they do make the big bucks. I have ways to deal with Aperture, but they're very risky for me. I could go big on the bonds again. Annual revenue so damn high. Where are we at with Medibay though? Their stock price is starting to go down a bit, but I'm curious. God, Venco's demanding ridiculous money. I'm curious how I'm making any impact in their control, their market of. Well, let's just look at it. OS. Give me the operating system. Ah. Suddenly, are they automatically making those software for my OS? Because I didn't tell them to yet. Wrong place to check. They're still making it for Medibay OS. Ah, no, you're making that. CapKing 3D modeler for Medibay OS. Should I cancel these projects? It's all being done for Medibay OS. New version. Da, 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 da. Okay, how do we force you to make it for my OS though? Maybe I have to go new software product, and I still go database software. And there we go. Yeah, it has to be a new product. Gotcha. CapKing database is go. But hang on, why did we see some here? Ah, Aperture! Aperture is making products for my OS. But that's kind of good. That makes my OS more competitive against their own Medibay. Unfortunately, it also gives them a fresh new market to work with. And their stuff is still going to be better quality than mine. Still, new software product, a new bit of 3D modeling software. Make it for CapKing. Let's try and make CapKing OS at least competitive. This one is going to be done in days or something, so we'll leave that one be. This crappy antivirus. A new bit of antivirus for CapKing. Okay. Hopefully it still gets fed into these. Maybe it counts as a different product. CapKing video edit version. Hard to know. Hard to know if that's going to have a knock-on effect, and I'll need to check back in about a year to make sure it is flowing properly. Alright, you just finished that, didn't you? Yeah, completed 2 days ago. So make yourself a new bit of encryption software. CapKing OS. There we go. So again, this might hurt me more than it helps me, because I'm expanding Medibay Heat's possible places to make money out of, because they can use their insane tech to make new software for my OS, thereby increasing their own revenue and profits. Medibay's such a pain. Why can't I just buy them out? There's no option to just take them over. Of course, because I went public, and buying them out's incredibly expensive. So I need to hope for a crash. We'll make a monster crash. We'll make loads of cash. I got too much cash sitting around though. I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable. Should be invested. Oh god, I've crashed hard. That's good though, that was the plan. There's no worry there, because I sold my stock when it was super high. I just wish I'd sold more stock, but there's a limit to how much I can do that. YouTube scrub coming in late, says Akables. Is it possible to rewind back to the beginning of the stream? Do I have to wait for the VOD? It is possible. If you're looking at Twitch right now, you can click on my name just below the stream. That gives you a summary of the channel, and then you hit videos, I think. And then if you hit the ongoing video here, you can go right back to the start. But just for a spoiler, a lot of people bend the knee now. It's been profitable. Thank you kindly, bald Macintosh guy, whatever your name was. You starred in that advert about Mac versus PC. Steve Jobs, that's it. Steve Jobs. Might be a good opportunity to check how the persons of the world are doing. We can check the top 100 charts. The biggest billionaires. I am right on the heels of Jagger and Klimpy. I've overtaken Sahoa, I've overtaken Old Man Franco, Chutney. Lord Chutney. Keeps popping up. I don't even know where Lord Chutney comes from, right? I have a list of names that I use, and it's names of people that have donated to the channel in general. I don't usually offer much for that, but at least I can do is include them in games. But I started wondering, who the hell is Lord Chutney? And I tried to find any evidence of his existence, and I found nothing. But if you saw the Xenonauts campaign, you know what Lord Chutney is all about. In any case, although I might be doing pretty damn well for myself, we got some standout names who are local. We got Nancy Drew. Nancy Drew's made a killing around here. We've got Natsuki. Pepsi Man's also in the top 100 billionaires, so is Press. And Old Engineer of Medical Bay Portable Heating Services comes in at number 93. And here are all the local billionaires. Of course, we made that list. And then as for influence, I do not know what makes influence in this game. But apparently I am more influential than John F. Kennedy, James Watt, or Elizabeth I. And yet not as influential as Charlie Chaplin, Sun Tzu, or Mother Teresa. Some people just get all the luck. No matter how bad the economy is, at least the aliens haven't invaded. Give it time. Maybe you are Lord I don't know. I'm hoping that Lord Chutney comes forward someday. Like, I am genuinely bamboozled at who Lord Chutney is. They must have... well, I have no idea. It's not the... I mean, if you were physically in my home, it wouldn't be too difficult to add yourself to the list of names that I have, and I'll be none the wiser. But who is Lord Chutney? So our crappy operating systems market share, I'm curious as well. Products, software, computer operating systems. That doesn't look good. I don't really think I have much market share going here. At all. Nobody's going to want to buy this stuff. It's not worth the cost. There's no marketing behind it. But that's just in Lubeck. And that's because my store isn't well set up in Lubeck. In Brasilia, I almost have a quarter of the market share with my crappy version of operating systems. Yeah, so I just need to sell them more in Lubeck. Why are they not selling in Lubeck? It's not a supply problem, surely. Factory, no, supply eclipses demand. I think it's just because I only set up one computer store in... no, I set up 3 in Lubeck. Here, here, and here. And all it sells is this crappy OS. Maybe I charged too much for it. Subsidiaries out of cash. Again, I don't know why they keep telling me, just borrow the money. Nobody wants to buy this. I'd love some feedback on why they don't want to buy it. Granted, it's a little out of date by now. It also has no advertising going for it, doesn't it? Link the media with microblogging, my own microblogging of course, and advertise it to the moon. And advertising is just straight up the amount of money that you pour in. So as long as we just keep pouring the money in, and keep linking it to our own and subsidiaries. Wish it listed it by the best. YouTube 2 is pretty good, but photo sharing is pretty damn good too. There we go. Super massive on the... Did it... Oh man, you're undoing the advertising for me, aren't you, Venkos? Yeah, Venkos doesn't believe in advertising this garbage. You're no longer... I want you to be able to change it. I just wish you wouldn't do what you do. I have my own factories that I can use to advertise it. That seems to be okay. We need this stuff advertised, man. He doesn't seem to be altering what I'm selling in my computer shops either, so maybe I should just take direct control. Yeah, give me direct control of the retail firms here, see if I can do a better job. Because I believe in advertising this thing to the supermax. And that can be helped if I go to you and I say, hey CMO, could we set the new advertising budget to supermax on everything? And then hopefully Venkoros will adjust that accordingly. Wait, it didn't seem to change this. That's bizarre. There we go. Get the advertising out there. And I'm tempted to drop the price. I think it's a little too expensive for what it is. The city average is considerably better. But I could sort that by lowering the price here, or we could just straight up sell at a loss. I wouldn't mind selling at a loss just to get ourselves out there. I mean, I'm just trying to screw over Medibay. It doesn't particularly matter if this is done at a loss. Oh, that changed it for all of them. Cool. But why is the advertising not being set on them? The advertising just goes straight to 0. Maybe because I have you set to this? What if I set it to there? I have no idea why that's happening. I have no explanation. Still though, by lowering the price, hopefully people will buy my crappy OS and that'll eat into my competitors' market share. My own money coming in here is looking pretty sad, but that's because I'm no longer making fat stacks off of Cap King themselves. I've got a lot of capital, and with the costs of everything so high, even the local stock market's doing a little too well. RRG. Yeah, it's a little too high for me to buy. Well, it's a lot too high for me to be buying anything locally. But on the global market, I don't think we've got that big crunch yet. Oh, thank God Apple's going down. Imagine the regret if Apple didn't go down. I think everything's going to go down for a while, and then I can reinvest, so we just gotta tighten the hatches for now. Of course, I lose about 3% of all of my money that I just keep hanging around if I don't invest it. I should really be investing. But what would I invest in at this point? Could buy bonds or something, but now we'll just make do with it. Bond interest is free money for the insurance company. It is, and I already bought out a ton of bonds. But they still have a ton more, so I should definitely be getting it. Bonds, best yield on US Treasury notes. You have the money, so invest the money, please. Keep some around to make up for anything that goes skewy in your own affairs. Alright, need to keep this paused or else it does funny thing. Wait, what? Oh god, did it go over to Brasilia and I ended up buying Brasilia's bonds instead? You should definitely pause whenever you do any of this kind of stuff. Still, take that, leave behind a couple billion, there we go. And then there's my own stuff, but it is free money. That money's just hanging around. We'll leave it be though, I like to be flexible. Tell you though, oh right, if things are going to be turning south, surely anything Cap King still has in the global thing should be gotten rid of. Cap King bought into Caterpillar and Intel. Oh, Intel's going down. But I already made my money off Intel. Let's cut our losses, so to speak. And where is Caterpillar? God, Caterpillar's just generally not doing great. I'm going to hold on to those. Even if things are probably going to go south for them, maybe I should just hold for now. Believe in them being able to turn it around. Oh, but if they're going down, everyone's going to go down. Ah, I'm done believing in Caterpillar already. Get rid of those. Get rid of that stock. Push that downward trend, doesn't matter. Step away with the money, Cap King. And that gives Cap King another fat stack of cash that, again, we'll just keep it tidy inside bonds. If things are too expensive on the big old stock market, sell it off, buy bonds. There we go. Alright, I mean, things will still be profitable for me. It's just, you don't look for profit, you look for ultra profit. For now, though, I think we are pretty good. Now, this is me running on the fastest speed, and the game's actually doing quite alright, given that we are 36 years into it. And it runs faster if you open up a menu. I'm quite impressed with this game's performance, especially after being bitten not only by Railway Empire, but by Rise of Industry. Both of those games really soured me. I mean, I still feel the sadness from what happened in those runs. Nice, Cap King's stock price is collapsing. I'll let it continue to collapse. Oh! Aperture acquired Cerberus. Wasn't I eyeing up Cerberus? Was Cerberus a private company? I'm trying to remember what Cerberus was. But we're running out of corporations here. I'm just a little bothered that Aperture Science are doing even better. Their profit might be down. But I need that stock price of theirs to sink. Sink like a stone. Your yearly profits have tanked tenfold. That's okay. In fact, that's planned. I got rid of all those stock that were inflating my prices there. As the stock went up, my profits went up because stock gain counts as my gain. I just don't actualize those gains until I sell off. Not happy with Briccoloni. What the heck is Briccoloni doing? What do they do, actually? Firm for Briccoloni includes 2 factories, an R&D store and a software store. Their software store runs diagnostics for Medibay OS. Curiously, what's your tech compared to mine? Well, they're running with tech 198 and 118 on diagnostics. Do I even have diagnostic stuff here going? I must do, because I got something here for it. View supplier. Wait, clients? Clients are all myself. Where do I check where this stuff is being made? Well, Briccoloni's quality is far, far lower than mine. They're better at advertising it, though. I should really be advertising my my software better. Feels like I don't do anywhere near enough of that. And that's why, some reason the advertising keeps going to 0 on these on the advertising that I do here. Of course I want the advertising to be way high. And I don't mind doing it on... wait, do I mind doing it on CloudTube? Do I own CloudTube? Yeah, CloudTube is owned by you, but why does it keep going to nothing? Crusader Kings 3 Royal Court doesn't really seem to add anything to the game, so forgive me for not being terribly excited by it. Considering that it was in development for as long as it was, you know, I want some big changes and I want a lot more content in the game, and I'm not currently seeing that. Is the advertising going to stay up this time? Okay, looks like it is. This is a really strange game to stream, says Barcode, because it would almost be better if the game generated web pages or PDFs of financial reports for us to look at. Could be the Keep Talking and No One Explodes of financial games. I don't know that game. R&D on portable players is complete. You have the technology to produce the portable media player. What in the world are you doing with this R&D place, Brelix? You're researching tablet computers, portable media players, and canned soup. bizarre. Like I said, production and retail is a mess that I am not getting into with this run. We dropped the ball on that now 32 years ago, and I'm not bending over to pick it up. The J-Pod. Could be interesting if chat were shareholders or investors. Oh, we have chat in here, but chat put in not just themselves but various other characters. Surely everybody remembers rhombicosidodecahedron. They self-inserted. Anyone could self-insert. I put up a big thing for people to put in themselves, their companies, and whatnot. People did put themselves in, but far more people put in custom characters like Nick Brick. I'll be honest, I'm the one that put in the plague hearts. I like the look of them, and it seems fitting for them to be a bank. The golden times right now, the bank is... This is why I quite like doing the C-class loans. When the sun shines, he makes the big money. Katie and Annie keep talking, no one explodes as an asymmetrical... Oh, I saw that. I saw that on a speedrun marathon. I forget exactly which one. I remember now. Okay, how am I doing against our big enemy? Medibay Heating. Medibay Heating profits tanking. That's what I like to see, and that's what I want to see more of. Their profits are tanking, their stock is going down. Can we tank them more? I really want to clear you out of the way. The problem is if I start buying into you, that's going to hurt me as well. I already own a staggering 3.5% of your company. Whilst it's down, I might be able to grab Pepsi Man and Natsuki's share, but that's going to increase the price of it as usual. Is the OS tanking? Good question. He seems to go up and down periodically. It might be that as he puts out new versions and doesn't sell the existing version, his own profit goes down. But another thing worth considering is, does he have shares? Well, as a company. Their own securities total 4.5 billion, and they hold it in Aperture, Mosmoris, and Children. So if those were to tank, they would tank as well. They have no globals. They have a lot of bonds. Actually, not really. They've got 1 billion in bonds, just different types. If Aperture were to sink, Medibay would sink with them. The trouble is, Aperture is one of the troublesome ones that I'm trying to get through by having the Medibay Heating Company. Still don't know how to deal with Quills. Quills might be immune from me taking them over. Also, what's up with this image? Is it the wrong... resolution? I might need to look into that. Okay, as their operating profit continues to die, that's good for me, but let's take a good close look at their products here. I think this is... I'll pause and say that this, I think, is where the game really shines. It feels so good to see something and then think, what's going on with this? And you can dive and find as much information as you want. I still wish there was more. I'd like to know more about the absolute supply and demand and preferences of the people in the city. But there's only so far you appear to be able to dive. Still, plenty enough to keep me satisfied here. Now, with that said, I wanted to look at Medibay's products and see what's going on here. Their computer OS is not making the dosh it used to. I swear it used to be close to 1 billion turnover on that alone. So I think I am hamming my way into there. That said, the production stuff still all shows as them and not me. Doesn't it? There we go, that's where we start chipping away at them. Chengdu and Brasilia. I don't know why Lübeck is still a problem. Even production-wise, it shows them. But this goes to show that even with an absolutely crappy product, if you just price it low enough, and I think in Lübeck I'll price it even lower just to try and get up in his face. Yeah, price is way too low, but that's fine. Just trying to get in his face in this one. Which I'm not at all... Well... Yeah, it's doing something there. Point is, he's crashing, and I need to get on that. They charge $750 for their operating system. That's nuts. How much do you think the operating systems cost today? Actually, isn't it free now? Didn't the whole thing with Windows 10 be like, hey, get it for free everywhere? Not sure, I didn't pay much attention. I've been running on the same student bought OS key since a long time ago, and it still keeps working, so... Is it buy time or not? We're in recession, depression, depression, depression. Now is the time that everything's going to fall. What's with this red exclamation mark? Your supply of aluminium has stopped. Okay. Could we get some other aluminium? Tell you what, Venkos, you have the ability to... Wow, there's no aluminium to be had. Nobody wants to sell to us. Can we go and mine out some aluminium? I haven't set down a single mine or camp or anything for this run, aside from our short experiment that didn't go well. Whoops, whoops, whoops. No, 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 not that. I want 2 bits of mining. That should be fine. Chunk. And tell you what, Venkos, you look after that. You look after all my mines, and that should make it very easy for you to source it over there. Yeah, but Windows is getting a bit freemium with all the crap they keep putting in it. I hate installing a new version and it just comes up with all these pre-installed apps for it. But I'm sure I'm not alone in that. Okay, Medibay heating services stock is going to the opposite of the moon. That's good. Oh my goodness, Shekel. Wait, Shekel is mine. I don't want them falling. But everyone's probably going to fall right now. Well, I'll tell you who won't fall. My own owned banks will probably not fall. This is the opportunity that I've been looking for. I have tons of cash on hand. I should be squeezing out everything I can out of my own insurance thing as well. I mean, I can transfer a good few billion out of you. But you still have plenty of billions that could be invested. Before we go into the local stuff, is there anything that's tanking? Oh my, everything's tanking on the global market. I'm so glad I got Apple when I did. Caterpillar's going way, way down. But I don't know how big this down is going to be. Could go down a whole lot more, so I'll hold off on that for a bit. Checking it out local, I've got 16 billion to throw around into these local markets. Since we've only just entered the recession, I think things are going to get a lot worse. But the thing is, when I buy, it goes up a bit. So maybe I should buy a little bit now, wait for things to get worse, and then buy some more. Remember, I want to get in on Medibay heating. Natsuki, you sell for quite a lot, but I need Medibay heating. I need them badly. And I also need Aperture. Aperture's still much higher than I'd like them to be. But gotta remember, I already own 10, 20, 30... Yeah, about 30% of Aperture is already mine. I've come a lot further than I thought I have with them. Let's just grab a reasonable chunk somewhere. Hey, Jake Blues has about $1 billion worth of Aperture, which he'll give to me for a lot more than that. I'm still gonna do it, I think. Let it simmer for a bit and go down some more. Yeah, let's take that chance. Because I need total control of these. It's our goal to eat up all of the companies that have been around since the start. We have got probably most of them by now. We need Aperture Science, we need Medibay, we need Children United. How do we not already have Children United? They barely make any money. They don't really have anything, do they? Who owns Children United? Why do I not own you right now? Children United, well, I missed a great dip there. I own a little bit. Aperture owns a lot of them. If I grab Aperture and Medibay, I almost get all of you, because Datadyne and Andromeda have plenty between you as well. So the secret to winning for me right now is to acquire Aperture and Medibay, and I think we're going to get both of that done this session, which is going to leave us pondering what to do for the next campaign. Because whilst we could go on and on here, I like to take the lessons that I've learnt here and make a much more structured run. We dipped into almost everything. The only thing we didn't truly dip into was... what's the word? Wholesaling, that's it. We didn't really get into wholesaling. We dipped our toes well into even imports and production, raw materials and production, retail, making software, making hardware, internet companies, telecom, banks, real estate, stocks, subsidiaries. Is there anything we didn't get into then? We got into politics. We did not make our own city, and I have held off on that on purpose because I want that to be part of a more structured run. Yeah, the only thing I really think we didn't get into was wholesaling, where we get in loads of goods and we actually go on to sell those to other competitors, which can still be good for you. I guess I didn't get into mansions. I built a mansion and that's it, but I think mansions are just something you put down to gloat with. We won't do Perfect City just yet, but perfection will be coming for this game. Okay, our own stock is actually holding at 20,000. Thought it would be dying a lot more than that. I keep confusing FTL with the heat thing. I might actually just delete FTL from the files that I have because it confuses me too much to have both FTL and Medibay heating. But they're going down. That's good. I need them to go down, down, down. And they will probably continue to go down. It's a good indicator when we're in depression and recessionville that stock prices crash. Some I'm sure can survive that. I bet a bank that... Yeah, actually, shouldn't the RRG bank be doing fine? You do loans almost exclusively to people that won't default or won't default so hard. Oh, well, you're still running into lack of profit. Maybe you need to only be on A and AAA, but... Part of the problem, I suppose, is that you still have a lot of these C-class loans, because this switch is not immediate. The people can put in their... Oh, Gunolf and Zun. Wait, I had a lot of Zun stock. Is that going to be good for me? I had Zun stock that was useless for a long time. Cap King... Zunis Church. Ay. I knew you'd pull through. Now you've only made me a 57. Yeah, I bought at this peak. What does Zunis Church even do? Zunis Church are a diversified thing that currently have almost nothing. Securities, they have about 171 million of global stock. But in terms of firms, they got 2 R&D, software, and 2 factories, and a wee bit of retailing. Nothing makes money. How did they acquire anything then? Maybe they got really lucky on the shareholding here. Wait, Andromeda sold that. Okay, that was 15 years ago. Never mind. It was just a friendly merger between them and Gunolf's banner, so lucky for them. Classic Nikki. What does it do? It ships suffering. Why are we saying that that's Nikki? That's Nikki's icon, isn't it? Christ, I'm gonna have to go into Discord and check. That is Nikki. Did Nikki put Nikki in? He's such a hard to understand man-child. A run where you're only allowed to directly operate in a city you founded would be cool. All activity in other cities. Yeah, I would quite like to do a one city challenge where where I just do not build anything in other cities. So I've got to manage one of them and manage it very well. Alright, I think we're almost there. Just need to get the dip. What was that? Your employees working in tech have resigned, and a fire destroyed the commuter store of Aperture Science in Vancouver. The capital ratio of your subsidiary bank, FTL. Okay, so FTL is having a bit of trouble. And FTL themselves are having trouble, but that's nothing that can't be handled with a little bit of a capital injection. I mean, I have the I'm not giving you $7 billion. Calm down, game. I can't seem to give them less than 700 million, so... Wait, why am I giving it to the play cards? I need to give it to... FTL, right? Yeah, FTL. There we go, but I still can't give you less than 700 million. Crazy. I could squeeze that money back out, but no sense doing redundant action like that. Right, Shekelmeister and Aperture both continuing to go down. That's what I like to see, that's what I need to see. I have ways of making my money back. The thing is, even if I put out big bonds, Cap King can get rid of their existing bonds, buy up my bonds, and that is good fight, good night to Aperture and Shekel, and by extension the only other corporations that I need to get. There's still DE, isn't there? What the heck is DE? A DE stands for dying here because their profit is going way down. Nancy Drew is the chairman behind it. Acquiring them would cost 6.5 billion. However, where's that net worth coming from? I can't help but feel they might own a few securities. 1.3 billion of local stock. Nothing. Oh well, 3% of Aperture. I might wait until the recession starts kicking everyone's ass a bit more, because I could go for that acquisition. Nice to see that Datadyne and Andromeda are doing very profitable despite me taking half of their money and just leaving them to their own devices. Nancy Drew fails to solve the puzzle of making profit. Nancy Drew and the Great Liquidation. I miss all the Nancy Drew banter that we had. The Nancy Drew marathon was just too damn good. Looking forward to the next marathon. Still a few months away though. Don't want to beat the dead horse of marathons. Let it rest a bit before we go in for another. Yeah, there we go. Resigned. I obviously didn't keep them happy enough by giving them any salary raises. I don't believe in raising salaries for them though. Can always headhunt them back if I truly want to. Yeah, keep taking all the money, Brelix. Good, look at them all go. Look at Apple go down. There must have been people thinking, no Jake, they're gonna go to the moon, keep holding. I held and I sold at the perfect time. The question is, when do you buy? Interesting to see Boeing taking off. Almost every other company is in a slouch, but Boeing is on their way up. Fascinating. Wait, this is also fascinating. Damn. I should have looked into this. My new subsidiaries actually have stock. Doesn't look like any of them's actually real amounts of stock, so I don't care about those pennies. Brickoloni. Wait, Brickoloni has Visa stock? How's Visa doing? Crumbling, actually. And again, it's not... I care about stock in the billions, not stock in the dozens of millions. Still, would have been a good idea to check these before anything else. Can I buy other people's stock then directly if they're under me? Could I, for example, just acquire Datadyne stock in Chevron? No, I can't. Let's not accidentally hit that buy button at 14 billion. Thought I could, but no, it's not like local stuff. Interesting. Yeah, Banner's just got absorbed altogether. There's no resurrection for them. What's that? Central bank decreases interest rate. Venkos buys shares of Cap King from Minette. Can't believe Minette's still around. Horrifying individual, Minette. But she's brought me no shortage of amusement. The idea of Brelix suffering so much to that crazy French woman has been it's been a joy for all of us, I dare to say. Right. It's still depression time everywhere, so I am hoping that these stock prices will continue to fall, but they're holding on. Mayoral election in Lubeck. Plague Hearts. When you're out of money, just borrow some bleeding money. Wait, nobody will sell to the Plague Hearts. Oh, because I took over all the banks and I told them to only sell to people that had amazing ratings, didn't I? I did exactly that, didn't I? Okay, well, time for a little bit of a capital injection to Plague Hearts. They can handle it. And they pay me back anyway. They give me half their profits. That's interesting. That's going to stop other companies who have crappy... other companies who have crappy bank ratings won't be able to get a loan because I own the banks. Is there any bank that I don't own? I don't own Aperture Science. Well, I will. I'm working on that. Unfortunately, there's been a bounce back. Lubeck is into an expansion now, and the stock is holding out here. I'm going to have to move on in. This will be a little bit painful, but let's get it done. Medibay Heating apparently has a huge amount of value here. I only own 5%, 6, 7, 8, 9%. I'm just going to have to swallow the costs here. Natsuki, fork it on over. Yeah, she would demand huge amounts for this. I can subjugate him, but I will still need to buy some of old engineer's stocks. Yeah, painful stuff. Pepsi Man, I need yours as well. The price for this is just going up and up and up. This is what I have savings for. Remember, this is cash that is mine. This is not loaned, this is not bonded out. This is just straight up dosh that we have made. So we're going to go all in on aggression here, despite the incredible costs. That's us at about 40%. And now for the big one. We're going to make Old Engineer a very rich man. A very rich man, if he'll agree to it. Good lord, he wants a lot of money. These are the deals that put... Yeah, Natsuki has this way of just buying up shares that I want. And I think because her name starts in an N, she ends up bottom of the list alphabetically. And so she's the last person I get to. And by then I've inflated the price so much. Alright, I hate to say it, Old Engineer, but I need your stock. He's going to demand even more for the next round of it. There we go. Do I have control yet? Do I need more than 50% to become the majority shareholder? Because I don't want this price going any higher from here. Even though it's likely to bounce back. Let's buy that. Hey, there we go. Majority shareholder. That was expensive. That cost just about everything I had. But I have subjugated Old Engineer and his Medibay heating services. God, that was expensive. I'd love to just sell it off, but that's not happening. Since the economy is likely to turn around, it might be a good idea to start doing investor relations again. And it would be a really nice time to do some Cap King global stock purchasing if I think that this is about to turn around. American Express, for example, might be a real fun one to invest in right now. That's if I think everything's about to turn around. And I can smell it in the air. It probably is about to turn around. So let's get Cap King their money back by selling off the bonds they have. 7 billion from there. We don't need those Lubeck things anymore. Just away it all trots. Look, the yield isn't even that good. Not anymore, at least. Nice thing about these US Treasury notes is they just don't change at all. That must be a real thing. I wouldn't claim to know, though. There we go, and now my Cap King has a ton of other people's money to be playing around with. I don't mind those well, actually, Vancouver's gone up in credit rating. Doesn't seem to be worth so much. I wish I knew how much I paid for these initially. I don't know, it'd be nice to know if I'm making a profit or a loss on these, but it doesn't matter, I need this money to play around with in the big boy market. Alright, good enough. We're going in. Going in on the big boy market. Boeing have been taking off a lot. I reckon American Express are about to take off. I'm going to dump 8.5 billion on them. Who else is going to take off? Caterpillar? I've been believing in Caterpillar for a long time, and all they've done is disappoint. Come on, surely a cheeky little bit in Caterpillar. This is weird though. Look at that. Don't tell me I've made 604% gain on Caterpillar. I definitely haven't. Something ain't working right there, and I don't know what. ExxonMobil? I don't want to dump 25 million into them, but maybe 15 mil? 10 mil? Yeah, might be a bug from the consolidation. I consolidated a lot of stock there. Might be better to sell off stock before you consolidate to prevent that kind of thing, because it's hard to get a good overview of your gains and losses. So yeah, let's dump 12 million into ExxonMobil. IBM looks good. Again, don't want to put all my eggs in one particular basket. Although the whole market crashes, and that's going to be bad news for me in a lot of ways. Intel looked pretty low. Dump 11 mil on Intel. Verizon, United Tech. I reckon Verizon's going to take off. I'll dump another 12 mil on them. And then keep Cap King with a little bit too. Bilster, you're going to do alright. Dump 0.5% on you. There we go. Now let's see if we can't make some serious gains on that. Okay, we also need to consider what to do with our control over Medibay heating. Old engineer just became very rich, but he's probably not very happy with me for what I've done to him. I reckon they'll bounce back nicely, and I don't need more control over them. But can I straight up purchase their shares off of them? Does it work that way? Because now the real target is Aperture. They're low. They're probably going to bounce back right now. Medibay have a lot of stock in them. They're the last people I should be buying from, though. I need to hoover up all of this miscellaneous stuff. Time to make Natsuki rich again, isn't it? Okay, let's go for the jugular. Let's bring it all home. Cap King is looking great. I'm certainly not going to do any new shares because share price sucks, but we have A credit rating. Is A better than AAA? I keep forgetting. Point is, I need money, and I need money now. If other people want to buy this up and smoke that interest off of me, then so be it. But I need some fat cash to get to work here. AAA is better. Okay, thank you. More letters are better than the same thing. Ah, so CCC is better than C. Gotcha. Right, Aperture. Again, what's my count on Aperture stock? 6. Do I own Briccoloni? Probably. 7, 17, 20, 30, 40, 50. Ooh. You know, I'm doing alright as is, but I still need to grab some extra. So, Natsuki, will you make me a rich man? Oh, not if I don't buy with the right company here. Natsuki, the long list of my ownerships here. You love to see it. As usual, Natsuki demands a ridiculous amount of money out of me, but I have little choice but to take it. Let's take out Press. Oh, well, let's make Press even richer, I suppose. Nancy Drew. Nancy Drew's going to be filthy rich after everything I did for you there. And with that, I own 21. 31, 41, 51. We're taking control. Medibay, I'm going to force you to sell to me. Wait. That money goes straight into Medibay, which doesn't necessarily mean it all comes to me. Well, damn it, they're under me anyway, so I'll just buy from them, but I'll buy from them before I buy from the others. Yoink, yoink. Leave them with a little bit. Datadyne. Gimme. 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 Oh, I'm out of money. However, we managed to get control of them like that. We subjugated even Aperture. So with that, who is still around from the start? Well, Quills are immune. I don't know why telecom AIs are immune to being bought out, but looks like they are. We just took over Medibay. Let's see, there's still Children United and DE, who are more or less non-factors, and Moss Morris's money, who's way down there. What does it even take to finish off Moss Morris? I need Moss Morris, Children Hands, and I forget the other one already. In fact, Moss Morris, between the companies I own, I can probably already take a big fork and eat you up. Yeah. What was the other one? Children something or other. Yep, I think we've got this one. I have everything I need to get it done with some bonds, and get it done with some bonds I shall. Fortunately, with this kind of rating, we're able to generate a lot of funds through bonds. So we'll grab what we can, and move right in like a wrecking ball. It's worth considering the knock-on effect of who owns what, though. 50 should be enough to force buy technology. Should be, or Oh, you mean we can just go and buy it without them complaining? That's a good question. I wonder if it can be done. Can I go to CEO and acquire technology and get Medibay-Heat's thing there? That's a big offer, but... Oh, nice, nice. He's not going to say, no, I won't. He says, here, sure. And is that even more than I offered? 132? It's barely. That's cool. So with if you need someone's tech, you don't need to merge them in. You can just grab majority share and then pay the standard market rate for it. Excellent. Can you take control of the cities the telecom communities own? Delete all places to live, work, and shop, and destroy them if they don't sell you. I can't destroy them, but I mean, I suppose I could destroy every place that one could live in a city, and that would give them no share, and then they lose money and eventually have to bust. I don't know, but they're also set to eventually IPO. It's just I have no idea when. There's a setting that I have on. Game settings somewhere. I thought it was under banking and finance here. Digital age, perhaps? Yeah, here we go. Will AI tech companies go IPO? Yes. Do you know when? No, you've no idea. And this, I think, is you set an additional amount of time before they do IPO. But I guess it's up to them, and they don't want to, so I'll need to figure out... Well, I don't need to figure out, I'm not going to bother with them if they can't be bought out. Doesn't matter, what can be bought out are a bunch of child workers, so... Do I already have enough to take them over? Aperture Science has 22, so that's 25, 30, 40, yeah, I've got what it takes to buy them out. I'll give somebody a little bit. Natsuki again, we'll make Natsuki rich. We never streamed Doki Doki Literature Club here, and we probably never will. Not my kind of streaming game, I gotta say. Alright, let's do the takeover. It's really nice not having to argue with your own subsidiaries about buying up the stock. And if we're at 44, I just need a little bit out of Andromeda. I mean, Andromeda takes a little bit out of all of us, right? There we go. We've got our own child enslavement camp. And who else was needed to take care of? Mos Moris. Again, I've got like 25, 30, 40. I'll need to get a little bit off of somebody else. Who do we want to make rich? Archfiend! Oh, no, that's not who I'm thinking of. I was thinking of Archie. Archibald... Help me out here. Archibald Vile. Still, oh, that's barely any amount of stock. Gimme. I don't want to sell my stock to you. Of course you don't. I bet Nancy Drew does, though. I'll just take all of Nancy's Drews. It's no biggie. And then we're coming along. Briccoloni, I want it. Medibay Heating Services, I want it. Aperture. I do have enough out of this, right? Yeah, of course I do. In fact, I can just take it off of Datadyne. Whoever added Datadyne, that was a stroke of genius. A brilliant company to add to this game. And I just need a little bit more. Hey. And that leaves only one person left to slaughter. 38, all subsidiary. DE. Is it just DE? It is just DE, and then we just stroll on in, and we take them. Wait, what do they even do? I'm not merging in that, just continue to work yourself. Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporate. What that means, I assume only Germans know. But there we go! We did it, we took over all of the competitors that started the game with us. We dipped our toes into just about everything, and I can't help but feel a little unsatisfied. I need more. I needed to get in on more production. I want to do a lot more selling. I didn't want the world to turn out like this with Aperture Science absolutely everywhere. It's a little bit disgusting. I need to be able to corner markets a lot better. And that is what we're going to do. The next playthrough, I reckon, is going to be focused a lot more on production and retail. That's not to say we won't dip our toes into other things. The synergy as well, if I own my own marketing this stuff will be no longer much of an overhead. And internet companies in general seem good to get into. And yeah, real world is tempting. I will consider going into real world. I'll look at it, I'll make a judgment call. It adds a ton of things. It's kind of like the more is more mod. But I suppose if I'm going to do it at any point, I should play with it before I decide if I want perfection or not. So, that will be something we can look forward to later. I honestly think I'll wait until after the ESA break to do that. Because there's no way I'm going to get done in time for it, and I don't want to make a big break on it. So, we won't be seeing more CapLab until after the ESA marathon, which is running... starting from this Saturday for like a week or so. I've taken some time off around it. So cheers for joining for the first capitalism campaign. That's not the end of the long play because like I said, I want to do so much more. We really went only surface level into a lot of what we did here, except I suppose the stocks. We were heavy on stock and insurance, and my god, insurance is powerful. If you play your cards right, it could have just as easily gone the other way, where everything I put my stocks into plummeted. And I wouldn't sell at that low point, I would just have to hold and patch my company together through other means. But I love this game, it's great. I suppose the more you play it, the more you feel its limitations, but until somebody comes in with a Factorio style of this sort of game, which would be great. Imagine if Woob announced tomorrow, hey, we're also working on this new game, it's going to be like Factorio, but all about capitalism. Oh my goodness. Nothing could kill me then. I would make a deal with the devil to live long enough to play that game. In any case, that's it for this campaign. I'll be back with more streams for a couple of days, and then it's time for my time off. So until we're back for more, it's a cheers for me, and a cheerio.